Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Woo! Thank you, and welcome to our second day of the TPM National Learning Network Summit. We're so excited to have you join us for another jam-packed morning and afternoon of learning and networking. Yesterday, you were able to connect with your peers on topics like apprenticeship, opportunity populations, preparing for grant writing, as well as topics in our data and finance portfolio like LERs and job side. Today is all about action and implementation. How do you communicate the impact of your efforts? How do you bring the value stream to life through more effective partnerships? And how do you begin thinking about sustainability planning and how you're reporting success? Finally, we hope that you all will join us for our lunch this afternoon as we announce our inaugural inductees into the TPM Hall of Fame. So please stay for the lunch. You don't want to miss it. Quickly, I'll go over a couple of housekeeping notes. Maybe. I don't have slide access. So I'll just talk about them. Number one, if you forgot how to get on the Wi-Fi, just want to let you know that you go to USCC guest, you'll type in your phone number, it'll give you an authorization code, you type that in, and you can get connected to the Wi-Fi. Restrooms are directly out this back door, the large brown door, men to the left, women's to the right. And then our other breakout rooms are meetings rooms 3 and 4, which are to the left out of this door, and Lee Anderson to the right. Now I have the pleasure of introducing our welcome speaker, Romanita Mata Barrera. She serves as the Chief Workforce Officer of Greater SATX. In this role, Romanita leads her team to support efforts that align education, workforce, economic development to meet the talent needs of San Antonio's region's current and future employers, including initiatives in work-based learning programs, equitable access to education and training, and growing, retaining, and attracting talent to jobs that provide economic mobility. Please help me in welcoming Romanita to the stage.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. As Nikki mentioned, I serve as the Chief Workforce Officer for Greater SATX, and I am just so delighted to be here along so many wonderful individuals like all of you practitioners and of TPM. I think it's been such a great opportunity for me, Christopher Mammon on my team, as well as we have both completed our TPM Academy as fellows, to be able to just join you all in this thought partnership opportunity. So just a little bit about who we are. Greater SATX, we're a public-private economic development organization. Our key mission is to recruit jobs to San Antonio, to help the employers we have in the region expand, and also to ensure that we are being globally competitive as we are also recruiting companies from across the globe. In our 45+ years, we have seen a significant evolution, and I would say humbly that one of the key areas where we have most evolved as from a traditional economic development organization has really been in 2017, when we really decided intentionally, our board, the public sector leaders as well, that we really needed to be a talent-led economic development organization. And with that came the integration of SA Works. So you'll see that in that timeline. In 2017, SA Works was integrated into the Economic Development Foundation. At the time, it was called the San Antonio Economic Development Foundation, and we went through an entire rebranding just recently to rebrand ourselves as Greater SATX, because we no longer only represent and serve San Antonio and Bexar County, the county in which San Antonio is located in, but we have now partnered with all of our eight county region, and we are actually partnering very closely with Opportunity Austin, just north of us. key to that rebranding and going through our 5-year strategic planning, we really have leaned in on our 3 pillars: jobs, people, and place. And when the jobs is what you would imagine a traditional economic development organization does, is going out there, again, recruiting companies from all over the globe, as well as domestically, and ensuring that the companies within our San Antonio region that we're assisting them with their workforce needs, as well as other critical needs for their expansion and sustainability. We learned a really tough lesson now over 15 plus years ago when AT&T departed San Antonio, and hence we've also leaned into place. And place has a lot of different components. That means ensuring that the community that folks are going to live in, that the C-suite executives that are going to relocate their businesses and their families and their employees find the San Antonio region to be a region that is thriving economically, the arts and culture. And so we have really leaned into ensuring that San Antonio is that place where people want to call home and where businesses want to have their businesses being led. The people pillar, again, humbly, I'm the most excited about, because that's a pillar I get to lead. And I'm a native San Antonian, but I have lived in Dallas. I have lived here in DC for some time, and I just find it to be a job in which I can really serve the mission not only of my work, but just personally to really ensure that San Antonians are provided great jobs, can have access to great jobs. Hence, you see that line of economic mobility. In everything that we do, we are really focused on a vision of shared prosperity for our community members and ensuring that they are prepared to take on these high-wage, high-growth jobs that we are working so hard to recruit in San Antonio. I'm going to flash through this quickly. These are some of our recent wins, and along the recent wins, you'll see some of our data and metrics that we look at. So we're not only focused on, well, how many companies did you relocate or helped expand, and what was the CapEx involved, and how many jobs? We're really also monitoring what we're doing in terms of educational attainment, workforce readiness, workforce preparedness. We had a very sobering moment over 2.5 years ago when we were working on our 5-year strategic plan and realized that we ranked low against the other 9 metros that we're constantly measuring ourselves up against on all things educational attainment and workforce readiness. And so the fact that we've got talent, people embedded into what we're doing into economic development has really become that North Star. We had very frank conversations with site selectors. These are consultants that get paid a lot of money to tell a company where they should move or where they shouldn't move. And we were not even making the list. And educational attainment was that. Why would we move our company to San Antonio if they're not going to have the skilled talent I need? So we are 100% committed to changing that narrative, not purely from an economic and corporate recruitment perspective, but it is the right thing to do for our community members. We've dealt a lot with intergenerational poverty, and that is something, that is a headline that I, quite frankly, am just tired of hearing. As a proud San Antonian, I feel we have so much more to offer than that very terrible headline. And so we're committed to ensuring, and we work very closely with our supply side to ensure that we are all working towards ensuring that our community members are able to readily apply and be prepared into any one of these sectors that are our target sectors within the greater SATX as an economic development organization. We have been very intentional in having these diverse sectors because we know that these diverse sectors can also meet our community where they are at. Right? If we were purely to focus on the tech or the cyber sector, which we have a robust number of individuals, we're Military City USA, who can readily plug into that, it leaves the rest of our community members who may not have a college degree, may not have completed high school, and that's where awesome industries like the manufacturing sector come in because they really allow people to be able to plug in where they are at. So I will focus now on people and how this all roads lead back to TPM. Within the people pillar, we have also leaned into doing a lot more programmatic work. And so as I mentioned earlier, we are a thriving, majority Hispanic community. We have a lot of first-generation students. We're actually, our groups of universities, over 10 plus post-secondary institutions, have the largest number of Hispanic serving institutions, first generation, and this is phenomenal talent. As companies are all of a sudden realizing, wow, diversity, equity, and inclusion, what a concept. Like, welcome to San Antonio. That is just who we are. That's our population. We want to ensure also that these young men and women feel supported. So we have really leaned into building up social capital programs to ensure that these young men and women, particularly in the STEM fields, who are first generation, and most of them, majority of them, will attend any one of our regional universities, that they feel supported, that we are impacting their persistence and most importantly their completion, and that they know that San Antonio is not only a place that they call home, but that corporations and the private sector is welcoming to them, because it is a tough competition. You know, there is a labor market war out there, and I hear from our university partners, you know, Meta comes now and they'll park themselves at our university campus for a week or 2 weeks. That wasn't happening 5-10 years ago, and we want to ensure that talent is also grown in our region and stays in our region. Having said that, we also recognize the importance of diversity and attracting talent, and as part of our mission and value proposition to meet employers' needs, we also know where we have a skills gap, and that is in the 5 to 10 to 15-year experienced STEM professional, where, as you saw, one of our key industries is the life sciences, cyber, and tech. These individuals, unfortunately, may not be the part of in the labor pool we have today in San Antonio. So ensuring that we're also attracting the right talent to fill those growing industries has been critical for us. In terms of employer engagement, as I mentioned, we leaned in heavily into talent pipeline management. You know, there's something that's in the notebook that says, what was the sense of urgency? I think it was just urgency and frustration. As we were meeting with employers, we'd realize, gosh, they just got surveyed by this chamber, because we have a lot of chambers, about 20 in San Antonio. They just got surveyed by this chamber to ask, what are your workforce needs, or this university, or this specific program? And we all felt that it was very much like a Band-Aid approach. Great, let me just throw this program at you, versus really getting to the root cause of why we were still struggling with filling the skills gap. That, in combination with the fact that the city of San Antonio is the only municipality that redirected tax dollars that we already pay into the aquifer into a upskilling program that they call Ready to Work. And we've got 5 years at it, over $200 million. And I'm so proud of our public sector leadership, but most importantly, community members. It was approved by over 75%. And that says a lot when somebody says, okay, I get this. I'm not getting taxed. I just need to redirect these dollars so I can help my fellow San Antonian upskill into better jobs that provide their families economic mobility. I'm going to vote for that. And so that really created too a sense of urgency, and that we wanted to ensure from an economic development perspective that the employers that represent our 5 target occupations would be able to benefit from those participants that would come from the city's Ready to Work program, get into the training programs that correlate into the jobs that are available. And so we work very closely, hand in hand, with our partners at the City of San Antonio. Christopher Mammon on my team, who you've met, he provides them a quarterly update on the high growth occupations. We're constantly monitoring that to ensure that San Antonians are not being trained into jobs that don't exist. We want to ensure that there's employability at the end of that training program, and that they're going to be earning better wages, and that providing economic mobility for their families. Awareness, exposure, and preparation, or as under TPM, the exploration piece. We've been at this for about 8 years. with our work-based learning programs across our K-12 system. Just in the Bexar County area, we have about 17 school districts. Those are just the public schools, not counting the charter and private schools that are also there. And I am really proud of our private sector community that leaned into this with us 7 years ago and decided, if we want youth to know what our jobs are like, what it's like to work in our companies, we need to be proactively involved in their readiness and in their awareness. And so year to date, we've had over 25,000 work-based learning experiences running from the spectrum of job shadowing opportunities, teacher externships as well, because we realize that we really also have to get to the educators and the counselors, particularly in certain occupations like manufacturing. And so we're proud of doing that work. We have, I mentioned, Alamo Fellows, our talent retention program. I think I'm going backwards, so I'm gonna do this. So why TPM? As I mentioned earlier, the sense of urgency, we had committed to our private sector investors that we were going to do economic development differently, and that we weren't purely focused on the employers we were seeking to recruit, but really also focused on how do we support the companies we have in San Antonio, and workforce would pop up constantly as the #1 issue for them. I'll skip through this because I'll just go really quickly as to where we've been and where we're going. I know you guys hear this a little too often. It sounds cliche, right? We do everything bigger in Texas. Yeah, that's what we did, right? We just like, all right, just took a plunge and said, oh, 5 sectors. We really need to do this across 5 sectors. And we couldn't have done this either without the great support of Joe Quick and his great team at AIR, right? While Christopher and I had gone through TPM training, that's by no means made us a TPM subject matter experts, and we knew that we needed and wanted to make this right. And we have leaned in on the Chambers team with Jamie, Nikki, Jason on speed dial, like walk us through, help us better understand how we can deploy this. And so I'm really proud to say that when we kicked off, and we really prioritized certain industries where we knew that there was more of a sense of urgency in both our manufacturing, construction, skilled trades. I know many of you are also dealing with with the grain tsunami. We wanted to make sure to proactively ensure that those sectors had the people they need. Healthcare sector, finance and IT and cybersecurity. And separately, we're also helping our local regional education service center with their educator pipeline. And so we're excited that we've come this far. We mentioned yesterday in our roundtable session that we're also putting out materials. What we feel is really important is the ability to ensure that the community knows what we are doing. And this workforce ecosystem, I don't have to tell you guys, it's complex. There's a lot of players involved. It's not just the private sector, it's all of the training providers involved, from K-12 to workforce agencies and others. And for us, it's been really important for us to be transparent and to share out information on a quarterly basis on where we are at with each one of these sectors. And so we've kicked off these TPM quarterly snapshots. I'm sure there's continuous improvement involved for each one of them. And we ask you, take a look at them. If they can help you in the work that you're doing, reach out to us. We'd be willing to just share kind of the template of what we've been creating. But also, if you think there's an opportunity for doing this better, because I am just amazed when I hear from your communities the great work you're doing. We want to learn more. We want to really be able to be thought partners, and we're so appreciative to the Chambers team for allowing us to be a part of this great cohort, and thank you so much for having me here. Thanks.
Wow, what an incredible story about the work in San Antonio. Hopefully you all feel inspired to start thinking about moving forward in your own implementation, or to continue in the work that you're doing. So to aid in that, we're going to talk about our next networking activity. As you know, when we think about TPM, we kind of think of it in 3 phases. The getting started or getting organized phase with strategy 1, the doing your homework phase, strategies 2 through 4, and the implementation and improvement stage, strategies 5 and 6. If you could, does everyone still have their workbooks from yesterday? Open your pages to 30 and 31. You're going to see you have 3 options of where to spend your time during this networking activity. If you're interested in connecting with peers to focus on strategy 1, please stay in this room. If you'd like to work on kind of your data collection and analysis, so that doing your homework phase, strategies 2 through 4, you're gonna go to the Lee Anderson. And if you'd like to discuss strategies 5 and 6 in your implementation, you're gonna go to meeting rooms 3 and 4. So if you could, select which room you'd like to go to and head to that breakout. We'll get started shortly. All right. Can I turn it off?
Okay.
We're on the floor.
Also, if you're planning to stay in this room, if I could just ask you to move towards the front so that we can have a better discussion.
We have a nice big puzzle piece.
Are we doing the puzzle?
We have a nice big
pieces?
puzzle.
I'm just following your guys' lead.
Oh,
Good morning, everyone.
nope.
Can you hear me?
Is
No,
this
if I'm
thing
not
on?
live.
Check, check.
Check.
Anyone,
check.
anyone?
Hello.
Hello, hello. Check,
Hello?
check, check.
Check. Check.
No. Oh, yes. Now they
Okay. Are we live?
Yes.
Hello?
All right. Good morning, everyone. If you all would indulge us and come a little closer, it would be helpful just as we do this conversation, so we're not having to shout to you in the back of the room. It'd be very helpful. We'll spread out a little bit, but if you were up in like the first half of the room, it'll make this sharing a lot easier.
Good morning.
There's
Thank
a
you.
reason, there's a method to the madness.
There
We have
is.
fun Post-its to get the day kicked off.
Yes. So good morning, everyone. My name is Tim Carroll. I'm from the Metro Atlanta Chamber. I lead our talent and education work and get to lead some of those illustrious folks that are on the front here with me. Just a couple of housekeeping notes. We're going to be passing out a little bit of Post-it notes. As you get an idea, as you get something that you want to take away from the discussion today, we'd ask you to write it not only in your own notebook, but write on this Post-it note. We're going to add it to the puzzle piece, and it will go into the final collection at the end of the day.
I'll give you guys these.
And then we're going to give a couple of examples as we go through this, but we want it to be interactive. So one thing that would be helpful is just a quick show of hands. How many of you have already started your local network, your local collaborative? Okay, and who it hasn't started yet, but you want to? All right, so we got about half and half, it looks like. We got about half in, half out. Awesome. All right, that just helps us when we go through the questions here. All right, so we got Post-it notes all around. You all have some here. Okay. All right, we good?
I think we're good.
Okay, so for the first question, we're going to talk about what startup looks like. It is everybody that I've talked to at all of these meetings has a little bit different flavor with how you put your organization together. So I'm going to talk at a super high level how we did it in Atlanta, and I'm going to pass it to my buddy Christine. So before we start that, let's actually do introductions. I introduced Christine.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Christine Bienick. I am the Manager of Government Affairs and Workforce Development at the Buffalo Niagara Partnership. I work on TPM mostly. That's the majority of my job. I have various different collaboratives, so I'll kick it to you.
And I'm Justin Haidt. I'm the Director of Talent Partnerships at the Metro Atlanta Chamber. I help support Zach and Tim with our TPM process that we're about a year into the process.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm Zach Fiore. I'm the Talent Pipeline Manager at the Metro Atlanta Chamber. I am really hands-on with our collaborative, and most of my job is just leading that work.
So you've met two of my team members. I do want to say that we actually were part of the early 2014 to 2016 window, but then realized that timing wasn't quite right for our chamber to lead that work. So that'd be my first, like if I was writing a Post-it note, timing is super critical. You've got to have willing partners, you've got to have some willing companies, or at least people who are willing to sit and talk about it. I think that's what we had at the end of last year that then led us to, okay, now is the right time. You've been like the Rocky commercial or Rocky movie, like we've been training for this, like we're ready to go. So anyway, there are a few things that impacted that. One was just industry setting. In 2014, we were losing manufacturing jobs and kind of losing a base that would have been a natural fit for TPM. In 2021, that was a very different scene. We were adding manufacturing plants and things were coming back. So there were some big changes that had happened locally. We also had a reset in 2020, like many of us, with CEOs and heads of companies now looking at talent as their #1 priority. So it wasn't transportation or any of those other issues. Talent was locked in at #1 for their concern. So then it was our chance to step in and say, we have an idea. So that was our genesis with getting started.
Yeah, so I personally started post-pandemic, but our TPM at the Buffalo Niagara Partnership started pre-pandemic. So we had initially created a TPM Academy, and there was various different industries that stepped forward and was interested. One was manufacturing, the other was actually customer service. If you notice, customer service is a job role, not necessarily an industry. But that's the beauty of TPM. It doesn't have to be industry. It could also be something like that critical job position, that critical need in your business that you can focus a collaborative around. So that is how we initially began the process, but post-pandemic is a little different because we had the opportunity to really go through and try a different strategy, see what works best. It's a learning game, right? So we would go through and kind of talk to them per industry, see what their talent needs were, see if there was an appetite to be able to begin a TPM.
Similar experience. When we had our first collection of who we wanted to invite to be part of this effort, I believe we invited 50. There were 50 companies that we reached out to, and 28 of those responded and said, yes, I would like my HR talent person to be part of this effort. had the same exact conversation. We went through a lot of data with that group, and Zach and Justin, the second part of this conversation, are going to talk more about like how that shook out, but very similar experience to Christine. So now I want to turn it to you all. What questions do you have about starting? Yes. So the question was, how do you get buy-in? How do you get individuals who are interested to understand the value of being part of it? Anybody want to take that?
I can start, but I'm
Go for
hoping
it.
that my fellow colleagues here will have another answer too. I am a Chamber of Commerce, so I am the host organization. So, but to go to the part of your question where you were like saying, how do you get buy-in? It's kind of a pitch. As I was joking with the panel in the back, like my pitch is really to come with a little bit of personality in there instead of straight flat, presenter mode, because it's trying to break down barriers. The pharmacy technician role, for example, I found it to be incredibly difficult to get various different companies to want to work together. But then we've pulled them aside one by one and kind of talked about the value. And that way we had that candid conversation, because part of TPM is also building trust and understanding, work with me through this process and realizing that maybe what you haven't been doing isn't resulting in the way you wanted it to. So that's trying to kind of play on that a little bit to say, okay, let's try something new. What's the harm in it? Right now, we're not financially based. We don't have any type of buy-in at this time. So that's kind of a draw. It's like, what do you have to lose? Trying as a pilot phase, we were able to secure some grant funding to really start that, but I'll kick it to you.
Yeah, I think there's certainly no one solution that's going to fit all, but I think from our experience, one of the best things that you can do is you really need to find that champion first on the employer side. If you can find that one organization, that one C-suite level who really buys into the vision that you're selling, I think that that's a very powerful tool when recruiting their peers, because I think what we've had a really positive experience with is once you get like-minded individuals as part of whatever collaborative that you're forming, they really thrive off the ability to work with other individuals that are in their same roles, just at a different company. And so we've had just such tremendous conversations coming from that, but really it all came down to getting a champion and really focusing on why this approach is so different than all the other workforce development programs out there. So you really want to harp on how they're data-driven, employer-driven, and really try to sell to them about how this is their opportunity to work in a group setting that can really provide change to your area and state at scale. And I think if you promote that, that can hopefully help recruit some new partners. Oh. So what I would suggest is you need to just take that issue back to your employers, and that could be the first thing that you tackle, is who is going to be our preferred host organization? Who wants to step up to the plate and serve all of these businesses? Someone is going to come to the table, but I would use your group of employers to help hash that out and try to brainstorm some ideas.
Yes, over here.
I'm going to hand a microphone around because that way everybody can hear your great questions.
Thank you. Two questions, actually. One, I'm assuming when you talked about the 50 companies that we're talking about rather large companies and not medium or small size companies. One of the things that comes to mind when you recruit and bring people on board, one of the first things you said is they volunteered their HR manager to participate. Do you see a need to not only have that HR group convene, but also have maybe a CEO, COO group also convene, just because otherwise it's been delegated to a cost center versus the real decision makers?
Great question.
I will start and give it to my other colleagues up here. So that is a great question. What we have actually done when we're starting a TPM collaborative is starting from the top down. It has to really cascade down. You actually do have to have the buy-in from the top down. HR can go so far. Typically, the way we see it shake out is we'll start with the CEOs. They'll be like, I'm not the right person for this, and that's okay. Get us to the right person, but you're on board with it. So we'll get kicked to HR, and we'll be in these communications with them. But what is also nice is having that as an aside to know we can always pursue the CEO if necessary. There's still that relationship. And one of our manufacturing collaboratives, for example, we had the HR manager was not really buying, like in the meetings she was buying in, but wasn't actually implementing the things that we talked about. So that was a private conversation. We had to bring the CEO back in to get everybody realigned. So to answer your question, no, we don't do separate meetings. We just have that like relationship built, but that is just how we do it.
Yeah, I think when we started and had the CEOs specifically designate someone to come and serve on this, it was very clear that they had the backing from their organizations to be able to be part of this. And that's been really helpful for us, is just kind of reminding them like, oh, thank you so much. Your CEO told you have to be here. Like, we know this is important to you. And so that's definitely kept them engaged, but also kept that buy-in for their full org.
And to that, don't be discouraged if somebody that you really want to be a part of it says not right now. There are a lot of reasons. We had a lot of changeover in HR talent management that it just wasn't right. They were onboarding somebody brand new and didn't want to thrust them into a collaborative right off the bat. That's happened a couple of times. Or a lot of times CEOs know that changes are coming that we don't see yet, and so they wait. So go with the party of the willing, and then explain to them about the cyclical nature of what we do, and that there will always be points that we can bring them back in.
Decision-making authority of your members is essential, and I think that's really what makes this approach different than a lot of other workforce development programs, is you actually have individuals who are able to affect their hiring policies and procedures. But if you do need to get more granular, because maybe you're working with a chief human resource officer, what we did in Atlanta is we do have our main ATL collaborative, as we call it, but we also have individual working groups where hiring managers are part of it. So these are individuals who can really pull data, individuals who have the boots on the ground, meeting with individuals, meeting with colleges and universities, and it's sort of those two groups working together. Decision makers, but also those have access to what's actually happening in the real world, has been very successful for our work.
Yeah, it's also just really increased the stickiness of these employers for like continuing to come back. Because at the end of it, we have like 5 or 6 contacts from each of these orgs that have been involved in the work in some way. So the more that we can like increase the number of avenues that we have in, the better it's worked for us.
Question over here. Go ahead.
How do you deal with host organizations being territorial about their area? Whether, we're trying to start one in the economic development partnership, but local chambers want to be in, workforce development wants to be in, unemployment programs want to be involved. How do you deal with, like, oh, that's my turf, and get everyone pulling the same way?
Turf war question. Do you want to tackle
You're going to make me
first?
tackle this first. Woo! Okay, it's always going to be there, right? But with TPM, what we do at the Buffalo Niagara Partnership, so we're a chamber. We are the host organization, and we are working with people that want to work with us. You will find, and you kind of alluded to this, there's going to have that FOMO, and somebody talked about it yesterday. They want to be involved. When they see some type of progress, it kind of starts to break down barriers and be like, ooh, is this worth not being involved? Is this worth not doing that? So I know that may not be like the best answer, and I'm hoping you guys will give a different perspective, but it's really just continuing with who wants to work together, whether it be the chamber or the organizations or training and education, for all I know. But it's something that you just you continue to start, and it builds up steam, and people, we've found through practice that they've come in and they've broken down some barriers, and we would gladly let them in, but it's really important to understand doesn't matter what it is, you're all sharing a workforce. And sometimes they don't want to digest that, right? Like they don't want to understand that if you're in a hospital system and you have 5 in the region, that you're all sharing the same workforce, whether you care to believe it or not. So let's try to build a better strategy to help people. That's part of my pitch too.
Our issue has been, an economic development partnership wants to start
Well, what do the employers want? I would sidestep the organizations and say this is employer driven. Go back to your employers. See what they want and let them guide you, and then you can kind of blame them to be the ones that, oh, the employers want us to do this. We're following their lead.
Now, there is some onus on the host organization to make sure, like, once you get the ball rolling, that you do the good partner thing and you make sure other people in the space are aware. They're not all going to be super happy about it, and a lot of them are going to be very skeptical because they are assuming you're coming after their dollars. But when at least if you have extended the olive branch right off the bat, they don't get surprised. Nobody wants to be surprised that something is happening in their backyard. So I would say there's that part, but then also when they start to see the efforts of what you're doing, and that it is, an aggregate, that it's very employer-led and data-driven focused, and that you're not really coming after their work, there is a relaxation period that happens. I think we're in that relaxation period right now. So feel you on that one.
In Buffalo, again, we're the chamber. We have our local workforce investment board that also does a similar program. We're aware of it. We're both aware of it. Nobody's really stepping on each other's toes. There just is this essential knowing, right? Not to brag, but we have better results. But just because there's a little bit of threat, it shouldn't, stop you from doing really great work.
Something we've tried to be really cognizant of too is if somebody's already working in a certain space, where for one of our focuses are data analysts, if there's somebody that's already creating that talent or working on that, we'd much rather try and help bolster them than start from the ground. And that's the other thing, is if we're coming to them to say, hey, we need more, what do you need? It's been a little bit easier to kind of keep them engaged with us and not feel like we're stepping on their toes. We're here to help.
Question from over here, yes.
So I am specifically working with hospitals in Kentucky. I have the eastern region of my state, and I'm in the process of trying to get things organized with how I'm going to create these collaboratives. So my question is, I have one hospital system that has 12 locations. So when I first look at my list, I'm looking at maybe 22 hospitals, but then I take 12 of those and they're under one employer, and that employer specifically would like me to funnel everything through two specific people, the director of HR for the entire, or the director of, yes, the people officer, and then the talent acquisition manager. So I'm wondering if any of you all have ran into that, where you have one employer who has a whole bunch of locations and they want everything funneled through them. And should I be concerned about having, too small of a collaborative?
I think for us, so we only have 22 companies involved, but they represent 2 million employees globally. So it's not necessarily about the size of it, it's also their need and their scope and their scale. And I think the more you can focus on that, the better, because that doesn't really change. Regardless of how many hospitals are actually participating, you're still hitting that certain need threshold where this is a good system to follow for it.
Yeah, and I think it kind of leads into our next question, which is around the actual setup and organization. And we'll keep the questions going, but I want Justin to talk about some of what you alluded to informed how we set up collaboratives. And we have if you've been through TPM, you know that they'll say, yes, the strategies are great. You don't have to do them all in the order, right? But there's also, on that setup piece, one of the things that I actually missed in that early setup, but then I got reminded of when we were actually trying to do it, was not every setup organization is going to look the same because of some of the problems Kentucky just highlighted. So Justin, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, as I hear these questions, I think a lot of it really comes down to the strategy one, and it's all about how are you going to organize your collaborative, how are you going to divide up your initiative into different working groups, or whatever it may be. And I think there's a handful of different ways that you can approach it, and it really just depends on where you're at as an organization, what your overall strategy is. But I know one of the very core questions that we were faced with at the Metro Atlanta Chamber, because we are predominantly working with large-scale companies, is do we approach this work as something industry-focused, or do we take an industry-agnostic approach? For the Metro Chamber, what worked best for us was we had an industry-agnostic approach, meaning we recruited companies that were interested in tackling talent, regardless of industry. We got them in a room and we started having discussions about what made the most sense. So you could be a tech-focused company, you could be in sales, you could be in logistics, But I bet you that they're all going to need cybersecurity professionals, or they're going to need data scientists, or they're going to need IT professionals. So through those initial conversations, we were able to really nail down 3 specific pathways that we were then able to divide that larger group up into those 3 working groups. Some companies actually served on multiple ones. And that was a really great way to sort of divide up our group and really set our strategy for the next year. Now, a complete opposite approach is you could say, hey, we're in this one particular area of the state that has a very heavy focus on manufacturing, and we just know that that's what we have to focus on. That's an equally just an equal way to approach the problem. And so really it's best on who's in your backyard, who is showing interest, but ultimately I think it goes back to identifying those champions, rallying the employers around whatever your strategy is, and then building from there. So does anyone have any questions that they'd like to ask about how to really kind of begin setting up your TPM collaborative? Yes.
Right now, kind of our group of organizations is really thinking about the regional strategy and where do we find those career pathways so that we can promote opportunities for Chicago talent to have the rewarding, long, gainful career paths. So in some ways, we want to find those kind of high demand quality jobs and maybe think about setting up collaboratives in that way. But I've also heard you talk about the kind of coalition of the willing and maybe starting where there's more buy-in versus kind of taking that sector approach. So I'm just feeling that tension and kind of curious, kind of you talked about just bringing employers in a room that maybe were willing and starting there. So just kind of help me think about how you approach the regional approach and things you want to accomplish on that side versus where employers have the interest.
That's a great question. So this is just my particular view. Having been in workforce a while, one of our approaches that Zach really pushed was, we're going to work with employers first. Let's get our data. Let's have our conversations. Then we're going to start bringing in partners. Because I think the worst thing you can do is make the room too big with too many external folks who just kind of want to be in the room and not necessarily fully bought in. So you want to build that argument behind the scenes first, and then you start bringing in external partners, and that's when you start gaining the the group of the willing, right? And I think that's just such a core aspect of TPM is that preferred providers. It's not necessarily all about being just a good partner and let's invite anyone and everyone who wants to be part of the discussion. It's truly about being that stopgap and saying we're looking for people who truly want to serve this issue, truly serve our employers. And if you as a host organization have to come up with some mechanisms to try to figure out who best fits that, I think that that could be a good approach, especially if you are having conflict amongst organizations that have some territorial issues. I think as an organization that's sort of running the collaborative, it's your job to try to figure out what makes the most sense for our employers and our future workforce that we intend to hire.
Okay, so we're getting close to time. We have some instructions.
Hi, everyone. Lovely conversation. Sorry to cut it off. But we are actually getting ready to transition to our break, which will be sponsored by Greater SATX. We have a espresso bar in the briefing center available to all of you. And then we will be back in here for a conversation on diversifying the workforce. So hope you enjoy the coffee break. Thanks for the conversation.
And if you had some notes for your sticky notes that you would like to share with your fellow attendees, yes, please bring them up. Oh, we're good.
We actually made an adjustment to the time.
Oh, beautiful. Love it.
You have about 3 minutes if you want to collect your thoughts, wrap up the conversation, and then we'll transition to the...
So yeah, let's take this opportunity to jot down a Post-it note.
Yep.
And I am not Vanna White, but I am happy to walk around and bring it to you. Yep, so I'll come get them. And it's on workbook page 31. So we're really talking to have those best practices on the Post-it notes. Beautiful. Now I'm a banquet server.
That you guys have.
I'll come back. No problem.
Collect any. Thank you.
One thing I should have mentioned when we were talking about the get organized, sorry to be late to going back to the first subject, but don't be afraid to reach out to other folks in the network that have either established their collaborative or are setting one up. We certainly did a good due diligence. I'm looking at my friends from Kentucky on the side and my friend Peter from Houston. A lot of people that I met in the TPM Academy, some of the instructors, I just went back to them, asked for some time, set up a call, did that multiple times with myself, and then when I had staff come on board, I'm sure you won't be shocked, but people will share their experience and give any advice that they can. I found that really helpful. Sometimes it feels like you're in a little bit of a silo and like you're the only one in your area that really wants to work on this, and then you connect with other folks and realize that there is a network of people out there doing this every day, so it's very helpful. So the question was if there are organizations, other than a chamber, maybe an employer, that are the host.
I will give a shameless plug to the U.S. Chamber Foundation. I reach out to them all the time. If I have questions, that's like an email to any one of them. They're very responsive. I'm sure they have somebody, and they'll connect you with somebody. I use the network all the time. I've been doing this for years. I like to just pick people's brains. I don't know everything, or a different perspective is really helpful. So that's really what I would say. But I'm not sure if you guys have anything different.
Same exact thing.
Use the resource.
Yeah, and I just kind of wanted to add a comment that perfectly echoes what both of you were just saying. Use the network, use it. Like they said, they called us, and kudos to Atlanta because they took a completely different approach. And I remember our first call, I was like, I have never heard anything like this. But they did it and they've made it work. So huge kudos. We're all learning from you. As well. And, we're watching things build in North Carolina in different ways. And it's just been we just lean on it. We've leaned on it since 2018 to learn from one another. And you'll probably hear me say this at some other point today as well. So use the network. Don't be afraid to call someone or to ask the U.S. Chamber who to call. They'll make those recommendations.
Yes. So if you couldn't hear that in the back, it was what advice do you have for the supply side if they've got a whole host of resources and credentialing power behind them to bring to these efforts?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the role of the host organization to gauge the interest of the demand side, the employers, and then to bring those supply partners into the table. So it just depends on your industry, depends on what your initial strategy is for the group. But as the host organization, that is their role, I think, to make sure that that disconnect gets lowered as much as possible, to make sure the employers of that collaborative are getting that information that is available on the supply side.
And I would lean into the fact that timing for each network and each collaborative is going to be a little bit different. So not everybody's going to be ready when you're ready. So sometimes it's just being patient and letting them get their own house in order before they come to you, which will be to your advantage when they actually sit down and do that.
I want to be mindful of time and that we are in our break. So if you'd like to take your 10 minutes for the break, but if you would like the question answered, I'm sure they'd be happy to talk with you more one-on-one about that. But thank you to everyone for participating in the discussion, and we're going to reconvene in here at 10:20.
Thank you all.
gentlemen, we hope you're enjoying a break. Our program is about to resume in the Great Hall. At this time, we ask you to please make your way from the briefing center into the Great Hall so that our program may resume. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Excited for this conversation. I know I've talked to a couple people already who've been starting to raise some questions around what does it mean to diversify your workforce. So I'm really excited to lead the conversation today. My name is Liana Braun. I am the Director of Expansion Strategy at an organization in Chicago called Cara Collective, where in the talent pipeline universe, you might think of me as a talent supplier. So our organization really helps employers connect to opportunity populations. And also in my role, I get to have a lot of conversations with employers around how do your talent practices right now serve you in helping to either better reach or retain individuals from opportunity populations. And so we know the topic of this whole summit and why we're here is talent and being able to tap into more and higher quality talent pools. So we know TPM is a tool to be able to get there, and we want to have this conversation to understand where diversity comes into play here. So to join me in this conversation, I want to allow my panelists to introduce themselves. So let's start right here. Michael, get us started.
Hello, my name is Michael Evans. I'm the Executive Director of the Kalamazoo Literacy Council. We serve as the host agency of the Edison Early Childhood Education Career Pathway, which is an employer-led collaborative with 6 employers for childcare and a growing network of home-based providers in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Hi, Hi, everyone. My name is Terry Ann Brown. I'm the director of Miami TechWorks. We are a Good Jobs Challenge awardee winner, and we are the host organization for the Tech Talent Coalition. We have about 249 community members, which about 138 of them are employers.
Hi everyone, I'm Taylor Dunn. I lead the Talent Initiatives team for San Diego Regional Economic Development Corporation. We are the host organization for several collaboratives in San Diego and lead a program called Advancing San Diego that is on a case study in front of you.
Thank you, panel. So I'm really excited because we had this conversation yesterday where we know equity, diversity is constantly shifting. So I really want to start with what this actually means for all of you in your organization. So I want to ask if you can tell us how your TPM efforts have prioritized expanding access and equity in your talent pipelines. And what I really want to get to is where did this call even come from and what actions have you taken? So actually, Terry Ann, I want to start with you here.
Yeah. So being in Miami, 54% of the residents in South Florida are born in other countries. So we really have no choice but to be diverse. And over the last 3 years, approximately about $962 million in VC investments have come into the area. Unfortunately, local residents may not be able to access the employment opportunities or even some of that funding. So we definitely wanted to make sure that as we looked at the workforce development opportunities, that we created room and space for digital access for those local residents. And then the Good Jobs Challenge funding just created that capital infusion for us to create programmatic opportunities for local residents.
Thank you, Terry Ann. Taylor, I want to go to you because I know there's some similar dynamics in terms of where you literally are in the populations that you get to work with.
Yeah, exactly. So very similar to what Terry Ann has going on in Florida. In San Diego, our demographics, our population's demographics unfortunately don't match the demographics in some of our high wage, high demand jobs. So it actually started back in 2017. Our organization did some research to understand what the major barriers to growth in our economy were going to be. And what we found is that the major barriers to growth in our economy were that not everyone had access to the great things going on in our economy. So we set some goals for the next decade around how we would create an inclusive economic development strategy and ensure that everyone had access to the great things going on in San Diego. One of those goals was around talent. What we found is that not enough people in San Diego had access to the education they needed in order to reach those careers. In fact, about 49% of our K-12 population is Hispanic, and yet only 19% of those tech and life sciences jobs that really drive our economy were made up of the Hispanic population. So we realized that we really had a lot of work to do in ensuring that the people in San Diego had access to the great opportunities that existed in San Diego.
Hear from you.
The call for a diverse workforce came from our employer partners. We in Kalamazoo, we have a very diverse population. And the neighborhoods that we were specifically tasked for recruiting talent for are some of the most populous in terms of number, but also the diverse ethnically. And we also have people who have come to our community from all over the globe as immigrants and people who are coming through resettlement for a refugee population. The employers wanted to have a workforce that represented and was reflective of the demographics of the families that they serve. And a lot of their talent did not relate well with these families because they didn't know them. They were not connected in a way where they had a similar experience or similar knowledge. So they found that having a diverse population of employees that could relate to their client base, the families that they serve, was much more advantageous, and they needed some diversification in finding talent that reflected better the populations that they served.
So what I'm hearing is a couple of things. So number one, each of you in your own regions is really just thinking about what does the talent look like? And how do we maybe confront these mismatches between what the talent and their skills are and the needs of your employers? Secondly, I'm hearing that that looks different in each of your places, and we're not leaning into diversity for diversity's sake, although we often know that there are a lot of benefits to having a diverse workforce. what I'm hearing is you are digging in because there is a need for that skill development. So with that in mind, I'm curious, how do you even have these conversations with your employers? What kind of language or framing are you using? Just knowing that some of the words around equity, diversity might be different or might resonate differently with different employers.
For us, we talk directly to the employers to say, well, what do you need from an employee as far as a skill and how that they would relate to the populations that you serve. And they stated as a preference, we need people who understand our families, and we're not getting people from the populations that are meant for service. So you have a great degree from someplace else, but you're afraid of the kids or you don't understand the families that we serve. So we were really looking to see if the desired candidate was about the credential or was it about the skills and connections and background. And they said, we take the background because we can find a way to get the credential, but finding people who can relate to the populations that we serve and are willing to stay there long enough to be able to acquire those skills, because there's a lot of turnover in childcare, they said, help us with that.
Absolutely. So solving those pain points with your employers.
Yes.
Terry Ann, I want to go back to you because I know your work with the Tech Council, as you mentioned, it's part of the Good Jobs Challenge grant, and it has an explicit focus on equity. So one thing I'm curious again is, as an education partner, how have you used the TPM framework to have more meaningful engagement with your employers, and how is that different from maybe ways you've engaged with employers in the past?
Yeah, so one of the things that we were really hyper-focused on was using a lot of that employer data to validate their pain points in the region. So when we launched, we took a lot of regional data to say what exactly are their needs around tech talent. And we looked at it across the board, no matter the industry. And so we convened a large group. We said it was open to all. And we realized that there were 4 key areas that employers were wanting to grow and scale around tech talent. And we formed 4 working groups to meet that employer demand that would be led by our employer champions. So these were folks that said that they wanted to lead that conversation. They wanted to lead with academic institutions and with community-based organizations. So one is on emerging tech talent, focused on how do we get folks out of entry-level positions into internships, apprenticeships, and career path opportunities to grow and scale. The other one is tech skills gap. How do we identify with incumbent workers what happens when the tech skills change around them and they need reskilling and upskilling opportunities, or for folks that transition out of current roles into tech skills. The other one is small business capacity building. 80% of South Florida is made up of small businesses, maybe even micro businesses, 5 employees or less. How do we make sure that they're tech ready and that they can begin to grow and scale their career pathways for tech employees? And then the fourth, most important, is inclusivity in tech. And that's inclusivity across all diverse spectrums. How do we make sure that employers have a playbook that's ready in order to recruit, onboard, and make sure that we're creating an unbiased process in that recruiting process. And so some of the things that we talk about is, similar to your point, if you don't need a bachelor's degree, how do you reframe that job description to let the candidate know your other skills are just as worthy, if you don't need a certification? So working with those employers to say, let's refine what your job analysis looks like so that you can make sure that you're tapping into population that can meet your critical job needs. And that's really credit to the TPM framework that we're applying those strategies.
Marianne, I love this idea of a playbook. I'm curious, when you're talking about some of these shifts to be more inclusive, how much of that is maybe coming from your organization, maybe encouraging some of these shifts in the interest of helping employers meet their goals? How much of it is coming from employers who maybe bring some of that experience, kind of wisdom themselves?
It is really coming through these working group conversations. To let you guys know, I was just talking to Greater Atlanta Chamber because they just had a session right before this. We meet once a month with the working groups, and then we meet bi-monthly to report back to the community on what we're doing. And then each of these working groups, they're launching pilot projects to the community to let the businesses and the academic institutions know how they can be a part of it. So this playbook was all put together by the employers coming together and the community providers saying, these are the resources that we have to help companies identify how they can be better DEI champions in the community. So it's their pilot project. They are coming up with how they want to launch it to the community, and they're coming up with how they want to communicate to other employers on the steps that they can take to be DEI champions as talent brands in the community.
And just really, again, hearing that it's coming from the employers, and that's how a lot of, as we know, TPM works at its best. So Taylor, I want to go back to you. I know this idea of kind of upskilling and breaking down barriers is something that you're also working on with your collaborative. So we have the benefit of actually having a TPM case study, so everyone go check this out. And you talk about the IT collaborative and really how you can help employers break down some of those access to career pathways. So I'm curious, what have been some of the results of those efforts?
Yeah, so there's a quote that I always like to go back to when I'm talking to employers about this, and that's that talent is evenly distributed and opportunity is not. So we really bring diversity we make an attempt to diversify our workforce by focusing on different sources of talent and by asking employers to really evaluate what they need from their talent and then illuminate to them that there are a lot of sources that are offering what it is that they're looking for. I'm going to say the word that maybe we've all been dancing around this whole week, and that's affirmative action. Affirmative action was repealed in California in 1996, and we saw negative impacts from that. And still to this day, a huge percentage of our state is Hispanic, and the very small percentage of our UC system, which is our research institution, is Hispanic. It's not evenly distributed. Once again, talent is, opportunity is not. And so what we want to help employers understand is that if what they're really looking for is skills, certain skills to fill a job, there are a variety of different sources of talent that are teaching to those skills and reaching populations that haven't historically had access to the same resources that the populations they're typically recruiting from have. So we go through this process, we go through the TPM process of understanding strategy 2 and strategy 3, really breaking down what is the demand, what are the important jobs, and then what are the skills. And then we say, take the names out of it. Take the names out of the institutions that are training the talent. Let's just look at what they're doing as far as skills. And let's look at how they're reaching and serving a population that reflects San Diego. And based on that, that's how we determine our verified programs, preferred providers in the TPM curriculum. And those are the programs that we illuminate for employers. Yes, the UC system is doing a brilliant job at training talent, but are there roles that could be filled by folks from boot camps or from Google certs or from other non-traditional training sources? And can we lift those up as well? Because that's a new way to access different talent from a different background.
Taylor, I want to spend a little bit more time on something you said, which is you're evaluating some of your preferred providers in 2 ways. So one is, of course, making sure that they are helping their learners to access or acquire the skills that they need to perform in these jobs. But secondly, you're looking at how they're able to help employers tap into some of these opportunity populations. Can you share a little bit more about how you're doing that or how you're assessing some of that access to those talent pools?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting, we always come back to the employers have to drive it, right? And that's authentically what's happening in this approach that we take. It's very easy for the employer to look at a syllabus and say, yep, learning objective 1 matches what we're looking for. Learning objective 2 matches what we're looking for. The thing we spend the most time talking about is, well, how do they use those skills? How are the people getting access to that training program? What are they doing with K through 12? That's the big thing for us. Like, we could find the best post-secondary training programs in the entire county, but if those programs aren't accessible to the K through 12 population or other, learners, they don't know that they're there, that's going to cause those programs to be under-enrolled. They're not going to meet capacity. And so constantly what we're talking with employers about is the access to those education and training programs and how they're serving students through resources on campus, through the professors and the teachers and the instructors that are there, through the activities that they're doing in the classroom. And that's actually employers that drive so much of that conversation.
And actually, that's a great segue to some of the work you're doing, Michael. And I know when we talked about this, it was, how do we go into places where talent exists? And so your area of focus, I know, is going to be really high interest for this group. You're working with early childcare efforts and helping to make sure that you bring this neighborhood-based approach to make sure that there are greater representation of populations that you're working with in these neighborhoods in early childhood workforce. So can you share a little bit more about some of that work and how you're approaching it?
Certainly. So our employer partners, they have a desperate need for having quality, qualified early learning professionals. And there's a lot of turnover, and they're constantly looking to replace that talent. My opportunity for them was to look at the challenges in our communities as opportunities and look at the populations that need development as opportunities for you to develop talent. So that's looking at places differently and showing them data that might inspire them to be able to see the populations that we serve as the opportunity for their future employees. So we looked at things like, well, what are the minimum requirements to become a child care provider? Well, they need to have a CDA. Can you recruit someone out of an adult ed program that doesn't have their GED yet, if they also know the families that have that greatest connection so that they are more likely to stay with you? Yes, we're willing to do that. What about English language skills? Would you be willing to work with them before they have acquired full English fluency? Because they're great at working with their kids with some additional training, they could be employees for you. They said yes. But have you looked at the neighborhoods where the greatest need are as a potential talent source? You're looking at higher ed, community colleges, but you're not looking at where the need is. So we took the neighborhood-based approach and we presented challenge as an opportunity. So in the Edison neighborhood, our largest neighborhood in the Kalamazoo community, there's about 28% of those residents households that have an annual income of less than $25,000. Then there's 23% that do not have a GED or high school diploma yet. These are people who could be working. They're already working. They're not working at a job that pays a living wage. And you're not promoting in a way where they can see you so that they can apply for you. So we created that opportunity and identified 1,427 potential candidates of a data pool that they have never seen. And when we started recruiting where these potential employees were, it was in totally different places. We're going into Goodwill Industries or the food pantry, or in our program we serve adults with lower literacy and language skills, and we have our distribution points of recruitment efforts right where these opportunity populations are. They already know the family, so they have a competitive advantage. They know the community, and they have a higher likelihood to want to stay in this position because they're working in a place that they might not necessarily find that much value in. We find a lot who are coming out of, say, food service, and then they're joining a career where they can say, I'm actually changing the lives of future generations by being their child care leader. And that approach has generated a new type of pipeline from a population that they typically have not seen. And it's gone to the point where we have to reanalyze their talent flows because they have now a preferred population for us, for the populations that we have, over what they have seen as traditional pathways coming out of higher ed for that certification. So promoting the challenge as an opportunity and finding ways to be able to connect intentionally to that population in ways where we can make that connection is helpful. One of our biggest things we did was work with our workforce development agency, and they said, well, we want to do a career fair. I said, well, where are you going to do the career fair? They were going to locate it in the farmer's market. I said, my population doesn't go to the farmer's market. And we located in this at one of our community partners, Urban Alliance, is right in the neighborhood. We've never done that before. And it's going to be outside, and it's going to be hot. I said, put up a tent. Biggest return that they had on their career fair, and we were able to recruit talent that they had never seen to employers who had never looked in this space.
And this is where I have to jump in because that so resonates with me as someone who works in an organization that also serves different opportunity populations. I think a big win and a big opportunity for employers is really, instead of approaching some of their strategies or some of their practices from their lens and kind of their business as usual, but saying, how might I think about my processes or even where I engage with people by looking at the experience of some of these talent pools and really approaching in that way. I want to say with you, Michael, because something you shared with me yesterday really resonated with our conversation on job quality. So you just talked about, in some ways, there's in the early childhood, early child care space, there's some natural motivations for someone to want to stay in that industry. But also you've named just the challenges around retention and looking at some of those wages. So I'm curious if you can talk about how you've been creative or how you've worked with some of the employers in your space to get around some of that.
As far as retention, we really wanted to make sure that they created a welcoming space for the population that we were bringing in, and understanding that if you're recruiting from an opportunity population that needs supports, you need to provide that support. So we pulled together all of our community resource partners and said, for anyone in our career pathway, you're going to have services that remove barriers to transportation, childcare, healthcare, or anything else, so that you can be present enough to complete your credential, but also present enough for employment. And they trusted us because we knew the resources better, they didn't. And we knew the population and what they needed in order to be able to show up on time in terms of bus routes, and they didn't. And we knew how to be able to align those services in a way where it can be more predictable for their employees to access. So much so that the retention rates for the people who have come through our career pathway, 80% compared to the churn that they had with 40%, because we provide so much more support and we know this population so much better. It got to the point where in terms of successes, they said, well, those are the people coming out of your career pathway, people who don't have a GED, people who have never been in childcare, but you're getting them to make the choice to train here. But they prefer the attitudes and motivations of the population that we serve so much that now they're referring people from their other talent sources to come to us for a similar level of support. So by understanding what our opportunity populations need and some of the unique challenges, translation services, tutoring services, and so on, that gave us the ability to be able to make our opportunity populations that we've identified not just competitive and capable of doing the minimum, but to be able to maximize their natural talents in addition to being able to acquire those credentials.
So one thing I'm noticing is I'm hearing a lot of action, I'm hearing a lot of results in everything you're sharing. So this question is for all of you. I'm curious, what are some of those really concrete steps your organizations have been able to take to make sure there was intention and concrete action to prioritize diversity in your TPM efforts? Because we all know that in this space there have been a lot of commitments, but it can be hard to move to that action and to those results. So Terry Ann, I want to start with you here.
Yeah. So just a reminder, I'm one of the 32 awardees of the Good Jobs Challenge grant. And as I get to know each one of the awardees, it seems that everyone has like a personal connection to this workforce development work. And then when I think about, COVID and its impact on the community, I think about, 54% of my community may not speak English, and they had to deal with their students coming home from and having to deal with now technology in the home and helping go through e-learning and those sort of things. So we looked at who were those community partners, those providers that were helping parents, non-English speakers, with digital literacy post-COVID. And we identified that there was a partner in Little Haiti, which is a community in Miami, also going through gentrification development, $31 million projects, where those residents may not be tech ready to take on some of those jobs or eligible for those jobs. And we identified that there was a training provider that had upskilled about 473 local residents in just digital literacy skills. But we said, let's take a look at some talent mapping and say, what's next for those residents? How can we move them along the talent pipeline into good high-paying technology jobs? And we had another training provider that's a part of the sub-awardees for the Good Jobs Challenge grant. And they said, you know what, we work well with that population. And we're also going to do CompTIA A+. We're going to do cybersecurity, and we're going to have broadband. And we also have an employer on the other side that says, hey, we need those jobs. And we also have other employers that typically work with us on the service-based side, the food service, the housekeeping side. But we're now going to have deeper conversations with them and say, guess what? We also do tech training. So let's take a look deeper into your organizations and say, how can we get these folks into the IT help desk side of your business? And so we looked at some talent mapping with those employers, and we also said, these 473 residents, let's get them through additional training programs. Let's get them into high-paying tech jobs. So really excited about where we're going with that. We've just started in the process, but we really wanted to be intentional with taking a look at those communities and building out a strategy for moving them along into high-paying tech jobs.
So, Terry-Ann. Taylor, I want to go to you to see what that intention and that strategy that Terry-Ann mentioned, how does that look like for you and your organization?
Yeah, for us, the intentionality is really around being authentically employer-led. So we so believe that diversity, equity, and inclusion is good for business that we think that we can be authentically employer-led, and that will lead us to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We also want diversity to be a solution that's embedded in the system and not a Band-Aid program that someone told an employer to take up and that's why they're doing it. So I have a great example of sort of just letting employers figure it out for themselves and helping them along in that process, but knowing that when they take the process under their own wing and make it in a way that works for them, that's when you see real solutions. So my example is Northrop Grumman. We've published a case study on this, so I can share the employer's name and the whole story. Northrop Grumman decided to stand up an internship program that was specifically for folks with associate's degrees. They wanted to find a pathway for folks with associate's degrees into their organization that really valued a bachelor's degree. So they stood up this program, welcomed folks with going through an associate's degree program into an internship. What they found is that the folks in the associate's degree programs were doing the same level of work at the same rate of efficiency as the folks going through a bachelor's degree program. And so they upped their pay, they upped their workload, they made sure that those two programs were on the same exact level. We opened up their eyes to see what the other training providers in the region were. They had to figure out themselves that the efficiency was there and that the folks going through those programs were just as qualified. And by doing that, that's now embedded in part of their programming, right? It's not a Band-Aid fix. It's not a thing they're doing out of the goodness of their hearts. It's part of their strategy.
I love that. You're letting the outcomes speak. You don't have to do that heavy lifting up front. You just let the action and the steps that follow really showcase how that can happen. How about you, Michael?
One of the things about diversity is we wanted to be able to prove that being intentional about diversifying your workforce is good business, but we wanted to use data to be able to prove that. Inherently, people, they know it feels good to be able to reach out to diverse populations and provide them the second chance. I say, no, this is the first chance because this is what's best for your business. So we use data. We said, okay, your clients are families. We're going to survey the families to say what are the best qualities in an early learning provider. And you know what? It wasn't the CDA. Quality was important and certification was important. It was the ability to relate to my kids. That was the biggest one. We did surveys on the employers and asked them what were they saw as the highest quality for their future employees, and it was the credential. We flipped it around and said, if we can produce people who can relate to your population based off of what you said, and it's a diverse population, we can train them for the credential, but this we can't train at. This is your competitive advantage. And I can identify 10,000 people who are lacking that certain credential but have the relationship that gives them a competitive advantage. And then when I showed them the profile of these individuals, there was diversity that was embedded in it. These are individuals that are lower income, coming from the neighborhoods, representative of the demographics of the families that you serve, and they are comfortable with and have those relationships. Sure, there's a skills gap, but for those other candidates, there was an even higher relationship gap. So when we flipped it, the relationship gap of the people who we were searching for was so low by comparison that we just needed to focus on getting them over the hump of those credentials. It's harder to be able to really look with intentionality at populations that you've never seen before, but when you see the results of how well they perform, how long they are much likely to stay in those positions, it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, and what I love is going back to the TPM framework, that allows you to bring that intentionality, that strategy and planning, so they really go hand in hand. So the panel's given us a lot to think about. I want to open it up to all of you to ask some questions directly to them. You can see some mics going around. Question right here.
So I've seen a lot of employers and intermediaries come up with their own career pathway perspectives. And I'm just wondering for the panel, is there a definitive source? In particular, I'm in healthcare, but I'm a part of a consortium that has construction and technology in it too. A somewhat definitive pathway representation from youth apprenticeship to adult apprenticeship, sort of the 16 to 24 into career mobility in a particular industry. Is there a place to go for a perspective on that, an integrated pathway program for youth to adult by industry?
I think some industries are probably easier than others, right? Like, I always want to work with employers to say, okay, but what job could lead into engineer? That's a great one that I always go back to. I'm like, there's got to be something that someone could go into first and then upskill to become an engineer. And that one's always difficult, right? Because they're like, no, they need a PE. They need to go through 4 years and then 2 more years, and some of that's unpaid work, and it's crazy. But other ones, and we work through those, right? I'm trying to find ways to have employers identify pathways around manufacturing to engineering and things like that. But other ones like IT, it ends up being a lot clearer. I think IT has a lot of stackable credentials that then could lead you into a role like cybersecurity that you don't necessarily need a bachelor's degree for, but you need a heck of a lot of experience, and that's a perfect, pathway to go on for someone who maybe doesn't want to go straight into a traditional 4-year education.
I think one of the things is there's a lot of places, and that oftentimes ends up being the challenge, but can you organize all of those places to be able to have a structured, clearly articulated career pathway? So in the case of childcare, we're in the adult ed world. We had to work with those who are working with youth and say, well, how does that actually connect with intentionality with each population at every age, and the credentials as how do we acquire it along the career pathway. It does take some mapping and some maybe creative ways of looking at it, but those resources are oftentimes there, but not necessarily coordinated. So a couple of those conversations to really be able to say, what do we have, where's the talent being developed, and can it be aligned in a way where it's much more stable, robust, and sustainable? That's one of the things that we can do.
Yeah, I would agree. I've spoken to a few of our employer champions in the IT space, because that's where we are, and get some alignment in terms of what are they looking for from their early career starters, as well as when they're upskilling or reskilling internal candidates for that career pathway. What are they looking for those employees to have in terms of knowledge, skills, competencies? They're going to be your best source of information for that career pathing.
Someone said earlier, the employers say like, oh, well, we've never done that before. That's when you're looking at industries that it's more difficult to identify those pathways. That's something that we always go back to as well. It's like, well, we've never really like upskilled someone from this position into this position before. And we have to, first of all, we've never done that before. Yeah, that's why we're here to help you. Like you're all basically struggling a little bit, right? So, but what could we do different? What's innovative? What's different in a way of connecting skills to upskilling into new jobs and things like that?
Hi, thank you for the great panel. This is Alexandria Radford. I work at the American Institutes for Research. We did a study on industry-led public-private partnerships initiatives with post-secondary institutions, and we asked those initiatives about populations of focus that they might have. And a fair amount were able to name a population of focus, but usually it was, yeah, we're kind of interested in that population, but we serve everybody, right? And the other thing we noted is that when they had populations of focus, there weren't necessarily involving those populations of focus in the creation and the sustaining of those initiatives. So I wondered if you had examples of good practices you've seen for how to engage populations of focus in the work itself.
So I can talk, at least for my grant, the Good Jobs Challenge grant. my team is extremely diverse. I lead the team. I have a female database and reports analyst who leads the data gathering. I also have LGBTQ represented, the subawardees. I have a subawardee that particularly works with the prison to talent pipeline as well as the Haitian community. I also have MDC, Miami-Dade College, which particularly works with Latino, Caribbean, that population totally represents Miami, which is everything Latino, Caribbean. And so we bring everybody to the table when it comes to these conversations. 54% not born in the United States. We have no choice but to be diverse. And then we also are very intentional when we talk about inclusivity, making sure that everyone's voice is represented to the point where we also include neurodiversity in our conversations with the employers.
In our program, we look for where the experts are, and the experts are in the diversity of the population that's there. So a lot of the people who we've brought to the table for their input come from the populations that we've recruited from. Low income, lower education when it comes to credentials, and really marginalized when it comes to representation around ethnic and immigration types of routes in. They are at the table telling us what they need in order to be the best employee, and the employers are there listening to them to better determine what type of training and support that they need to be a part of the process. So they're equal partners. In fact, they're sometimes even more valued because their voice is so rare at the table. We try to provide as much incentive to get them to the table as possible. Work release, you get paid to be a part of this, for example.
It really helps for us to use that process of removing the name of the institution and really evaluating the skills, because then afterwards we can go back and say, oh, by the way, this institution that you are evaluating, that's NFAR, the National Foundation for Autism Research. So they're intentionally serving a population. Oh, by the way, this other organization that you reviewed and thought they're teaching to the skills needed, that's an organization specifically for people who are re-entering the workforce. So really being able to say, let's take away the names, let's take away the awardees, U.S. News, World and Report awards, and just say, what are they teaching? Oh, and by the way, this organization exists for that population.
So I see we're coming up at the end of our time here, and I want to give you all the last word. So rapid fire, what is one thing you want this group to walk away with when it comes to diversifying the workforce? I'm going to start here, Michael.
Look for the talent in places that you never thought of, and you'll find that there's talent in places that you never thought of.
Bring in your community partners early and often, and get everybody speaking the same language.
There's a business case for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Lean on the business case.
That brings us full circle to the work we're doing here with TPM. Thank you all so much for sharing your wisdom and all the work that you have done to bring this to life. Thank you.
Wow. What a great panel. What a fantastic panel. Now we're going to have an opportunity to move into some implementation workshops. So as you can see on the screen, we have 3 options for you. If you'd like to stay in this room and talk about bringing that workforce value stream to life, thinking about developing really strong education and employer partnerships, that will be in here with Peter Beard. If you want to learn a little bit more about how to really communicate your value proposition, and I love the Barbenheimer kind of play on words here. Has anybody seen Barbie or Oppenheimer? Okay, about half of the room. I've not seen the Barbie movie yet, I apologize. You can join our communications team, and they're going to talk to you about different ways in which you can communicate the great work that you're doing. And if you're interested in learning a little bit more about the sustainability planning, you'll head to Lee Anderson. So right now you're going to go into a break until 11:15, so you have about 10 minutes, and then please go to your respective breakout rooms for our last workshop of the day. Don't leave after that, because we do have our lunch and our awards for our inductees, so please stick around for that as well. So thank you.
the hum and glow of a distant screen. Images reflecting on an even more distant, humdrum life. A channel that won't change, and yet it moves with eyes aglaze, leaving a sweet fragrance of must and creature comfort, like the warm embrace of a familiar cloud. We are creatures, you and I, of habit, and inhabiting his dreams is the past replaying itself. The past replaying itself over and over and over and over again. Over and over and over and over again.
So good morning. My name is Peter Beard. I work at the Greater Houston Partnership, and I guess I can say I was in the very first cohort of locations that tried the strategies. What I wanted to do today was build off of the session before me that was about kind of the strategies, the first implementation piece. And those that were in the room here, we're dealing with orientation and strategy 0. And we heard lots of discussion about, I went through TPM, but it was 3 years before we started. And we also heard in the last session how important it was to kind of think about how do you get people talking about the same thing on the same message using meaningful language. So what I thought I'd do today is kind of share an idea and an approach about how we might bring the value stream to life before you kind of jump into the deep end of the pool of TPM. And so what I wanted to do, and the objectives here, is really kind of explore motivations and interests of the stakeholders that need to be a part of TPM. How do we develop an understanding of the objectives an employer might have to engage around parts of the value stream? Then explore what activities could all those players do within each segment of the value stream so that we're beginning to build stronger value and relationships before we jump into the deep end. And then really think about how do we frame the value proposition for this. So once again, here are some of the common questions from Strategy 0. If you're in education, workforce, economic development, these are the questions people are asking. When do I get to talk to the employers? When do I get to sit at the table? what's the benefit for me? And so this is kind of the, if you remember the orientation, this is the opportunity to kind of begin to answer some of those questions using the value stream as a place for meaningful language. This is the same kinds of questions for employers. We heard from Atlanta what it took to kind of bring industry to the table, but how could we begin to engage with them differently to find different ways they could do it? We heard from Arvada the opportunity of like, let's start in one area and actually build value and make a difference for folks. So just as a reminder, we're going to do some polling, and so Slido is something we're going to use in just a second. So the code is there. You can go to slido.com and put the piece in. But what I wanted to do is just get a sense from you all. Can I move the slide, or do you need me to kind of wait? I see cameras up, so I'm going to wait. Okay, so how would your organization's current level, how would you rate your organization's level of engagement with employers, school districts, community colleges, or community-based social service organizations? High, medium, low, no engagement. Well, good. So, in many respects, this is the opportunity about how do we begin to engage and create those meaningful partnerships. So the next question, if you look over the past 3 years, how has collaboration between employers, school districts, community colleges, social service organization, in what direction has it trended? Particularly when it comes to partnering and offering training that is aligned with industry need. So we're seeing pretty good movement in terms of more collaborative or about as collaborative, but we should obviously be strengthening that. The final question, and I think we all know the answer, how important do you believe it is for employers, school districts, community colleges, community-based social service organizations to work together and provide education, training, and supports that are aligned to industry need? If I don't see it, no, I'm kidding. So this is just a way to kind of begin to engage, but you see we have room to improve. So if you think about it, I've also done some audience polling where I've asked very specific segments to do that rating. As you think about your employer's work, as you think about your education institution's work, or you think about your community-based service organization. So if you were going to do this with folks to begin to introduce this, you might get a benchmark from where they think, from their perspective, they are. So what we're going to spend a little bit of time on is really thinking about how do we build work-ready talent from a user-centered approach. And the nice thing about this is we have this wonderful diagram from the U.S. Chamber Foundation that reminds us that there are at least 3, if not more, users of the talent pipeline. There's the student, or learner, or worker. There's the employer, and then there are all the talent developers that are in the middle. And they each have motivations and interests and other things as to why they want to work with the talent pipeline. And so that's how we should be thinking about it. Think about the users. How do we understand what motivates them, what interests them, what incentives or disincentives might be in play? So if we think about it, what are the motivations and interests of students and adult learners as they're navigating, in today's world, a much more complex talent pipeline and labor market to get the skills to obtain jobs and be work ready? This is an opportunity, we don't need the mics. This is an opportunity to engage folks. What would motivate a student or adult learner to come into that talent pipeline? Huh? develop skills in order to career paths. Yeah. Yep. Higher paying job. Other motivations might show up is, I want to make a difference in the world. We kind of heard that with the childcare example. I want to, have career growth. Yeah. Their interest and aptitudes. They also, yeah. Pardon? Provide for my family. Gallup surveys across the world, #1 issue people care about. A good job for themselves and a good job for their kids. So as we think about that, how do we think about, why they might enter it is they want to have manageable, and it should, not tax them from a financial perspective. They generally want to be in a safe working environment. And then when they think about engaging in educational opportunities, they're looking for convenience, good service and user experience. Think about how hard it is to register for college and understand what you're going to try to do. They want a quality product that delivers a good result, and they want low cost. These are probably what educational institutions ought to be thinking about if they're taking tuition in terms of how to meet the needs of the students in the future. If we think about employers, what do they want? What? People who show up can. Yes.
People who are going to stay and be committed.
People who are going to retain and grow with them. Yeah, they have an applicant pool that's qualified when and where they need it, and they get to full productivity. Soft skills. That's why I use Work Ready. Most employers I hear from are like, if they can't show up on time, can't communicate as a team, take feedback and other things, they're not going to survive. And we heard it even today on the panel related to diversity. It was that set of skills that you wanted in terms of the connection and relationship with the kids, and not the certification that was more important, and they can train to the certification. So once again, the 4 primary pain points: qualified applicant pool, get them to full productivity, growth and retention, and then improving diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we heard that in the panel before this. So if we think about talent developers, this is the most diverse set of players. What are some of the motivations and interests that they have to think about? The value stream is about providing upside opportunity and mitigating downside risk. Access. They want to ensure their clients succeed. Did you have something, Jenna? Oh, sorry. Yes, funding and support. In Texas, they just reconfigured and revamped the community college finance system around a credential of value. The highest kind of scoring that can occur is if you're working with disadvantaged populations, and you're given more funding if you're working with disadvantaged populations, because they recognize in order for people to persist through, they may need additional supports. So once again, these are the workforce boards. How exactly do they benefit? I mean, it usually benefits because they're held accountable at some level, but also making sure that pieces about incentives and other things and regulatory issues that come up need to be on the table so people know, like, that's going to be really hard because I've got to go to the coordinating board to get something approved, and guess what? It takes 2 years. And can we do it another way and find different other solutions? But just making sure we are understanding motivations and interest is critically important. So once again, we've got the value stream. This is one of my favorites because it's a way to break down kind of what businesses, schools, and educators and community-based social service organizations and the public workforce system could be doing in very targeted ways, and thinking about the activities they could be doing to add value. whether it's career awareness and guidance, career exploration, career preparation and training and pre-employment, the onboarding. And once again, we know they have roles all the way through the value stream. And so what are some of the activities, what are some of the things in partnership with employers that all of those talent developers could do to help provide value, which is upside opportunity and mitigate downside risk, to individuals and students and adult learners? So that's what we're going to spend time on, is like, how do we think about this in a much more segmented way about how we could build partnerships that then leads to the collaborative of employers that are building talent pipelines into their industries. And we've heard a lot about this, and there's probably another session going on right now about value proposition. This comes from a Harvard Business Review article on innovations for impact. How do you frame the need? What do people need? We kind of talked about the motivations and interests of employers and students and adult learners, as well as, what community-based social service organizations are doing. What's the approach? So we know from a TPM perspective, the need is, employers want really good, skilled workforce and access to a pipeline. Our approach is to do an employer-led supply chain approach to deliver against that. The benefits versus the cost are pretty clear. We're going to hear from Mary Ann a little bit about the ROI and the benefits of cost of being able to build, a structured talent pipeline. And then who's the competition? And we heard a little bit about that when Atlanta was talking about, when they were trying to get started, who was sitting at the table and how they were bringing folks in. So we're going to do a quick exercise at the table, is really to take a look at that value stream. You got a piece of paper, and think about one of the segments, one of the areas and roles of career awareness, career preparation, career exploration, and think about what an employer could do, what could an education institution, school district, community college could do, and what could a community-based social service organization and others do. Once again, this is an idea of how could we begin to engage folks in that prep period before we get to TPM, about thinking about how they can contribute in different ways and answer some of the initial questions that show up in Strategy 0. So take a little bit of time, but this was really an intent, and then we'll take some questions and answers as we go through. And by the way, I'm going to ask you to think about how you might frame the value proposition from one of the groups that you did the activity for. So think about the need, the approach, the costs and benefits. Yep, at the table. I'll share more at some point and what I'm thinking about doing in Houston. You could almost begin to create, you could almost create an inventory of things.
Yeah, like a brainstorming list.
this is trouble at the Tennessee table.
How's it going, Peter?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
These are two of our newest team members in our partnership with the Kentucky Hospital.
Oh, good.
I mean, I know,
Welcome.
you know.
But yeah, so I think like
Yep.
Something we were discussing earlier when you mentioned the different pools of candidates and stuff. So in my area where I work primarily with employers, and their main point is I can't find work. So the disconnect so far, like that I have found working with both sides, is there are these people who may have the soft skills, have the willingness to work, show up on time,
Right.
or the certain degree that the employer is looking for, and this is kind of like a deal breaker for the employer. So how do we bridge that gap? Because it is something that is making
Yep.
we have all these jobs that are not being filled. We have all these people that are looking for jobs, but they're not matching because.
Well, you kind of heard it with the childcare example.
Right.
And if you ask me that question, I'll give a better answer as well.
Right,
During,
do give me the answer.
no, but it's this idea of skill adjacencies.
Right.
So we've just recently done a project with Accenture because Houston's likely to get a hydrogen hub. But in order to get the federal investment, you need to be working in disadvantaged communities. And so what Accenture did was to look at the potential value stream of occupations, particularly in the middle skill space, and then look for which ones had lower barriers to entry. Like if you needed a 2-year college degree for it, they were like, that's not what we're going to do. We can't go to a disadvantaged community with educational attainment. Then they looked into the disadvantaged communities to see what were the predominant kinds of roles and occupations were in there, like auto repair technicians, bookkeeping and accounting and some other things, and looked for skill adjacencies to say someone had 85% of the skills, and what's the gap to upskill them into the role, and how do we work with employers to think differently about like what's the entry point? Do you really need the 5 years of industry experience, or just you need them to know about the industry?
That is the biggest issue that I'm
So,
facing, and it's. I mean, my region is not very big, and the employers are on the like medium to small, almost micro.
Yep.
Also. So I don't think they have the, the time or the like effort to sit there and train someone. So
Right.
they just want somebody who's ready to go, but then you're shooting yourself in the foot
Right.
because a lot of the people around here, they want to work, but they don't know a lot about what you want them to know, but they want to learn.
Yep.
So take a chance on that.
Yeah, so which means could we lower the skill levels in order to do that so they can become familiar? Yep. 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 Well, and how do you get the employer to create the entry point there?
Right, and you have to have active
Yeah.
not just in name only.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, there's programs.
So ask me that question when we get to some of this.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
You were talking about what you did with Accenture. So somewhat of what they're doing, are you familiar with Lightcast?
Yeah, but I'm working with Burning Glass Institute to do something across
so
the
you're
region.
getting the same,
Yeah.
So that's what I say, because their analyst data
Yeah.
show kind of those
Yeah, they have the learner
skills adjacencies.
they have the learner side of this. Yeah.
Okay.
We can
so-
talk more.
Perfect. No, I
Yeah.
wanted to make sure when you were talking about skill adjacencies, I'm seeing
Yeah.
this in their data.
But if you ask me this, I'll. We're gonna. So let's bring it in. So I see lots of good conversation going on, which I hate to interrupt. I really hate to interrupt the conversation, but really wanted to make sure you had the opportunity to network and engage. So let's take a couple report outs on kind of a role that you picked and some of the ideas that you had related to activities. And if you wanted to take a stab at a value proposition, that would be appreciated. Lexi and...
Ryder.
Oh, we have a volunteer down here.
I got you.
Oh, I'm not the volunteer. Thank you, Ryder. Hello, everyone. So I picked career exploration. Peter and I had a discussion about like the biggest thing I'm facing in my area. So I wrote down some things about what we can do in the employer area for the exploration piece. So I said for the employer actions, maybe go out from the HR office and like writing down the job descriptions that don't really match your available talent pool, and be in the community, see who's out there, what can you do to actually bring them on board, and can you actually be a little bit flexible with what you're asking for. Maybe you don't need that degree, maybe you don't need the 5-year experience, and it's something that can be taught in-house. Another thing for the same career exploration is the school districts, maybe a spin on career day, like bring in the employers instead of like, here's what we think will be beneficial as you graduate and go to college, bring in the employers. Let them speak to the children either being at the high school level or the middle school level and tell them like this is what the next 5 to 10 years look like for this industry. Get them interested from the people that they will be their future employers. Community college, again, seek employers' representation as they plan their programs and their degrees that they're offering, apprenticeships. And for the community-based, I wrote career fairs, maybe include parents, kid, like have the parents come in with their kids, talk to the employers, and be part of like the any community organizations that provide that service. So that's just some thoughts I wrote down.
No, that's helpful. Did anyone pick career training and preparation? No one did.
We did.
You did.
We didn't do the value proposition.
That's all right. I mean, one of the reasons I wanted to hear what you all came up with is, we'll talk about it in just a second. Go ahead.
Well, we were identifying one of the issues, especially with youth, going to youth, is that they don't know what they've not been exposed to. So if we're not getting into the K through 12 early, I'm a big 3rd grade, then 6th grade advocate. They don't even know what to look for, so you get them out there, and even if their parent says, you're gonna go get in this apprenticeship program or you're gonna go do this particular job when they're 18, they may not stay because they may not be interested or they feel forced, but once you expose them to it, and if we can expose them at a young age, then it opens up their eyes to possibilities.
So good career exploration at all levels was one of the consistent things I was hearing people focus in on, and is Arvada in the room? That's one of the places Cami started, was kind of career awareness and career exploration all the way down and brought the cohesion together. Angela? People online need to hear you.
Sorry, people online. Okay, I think one of the things that we miss in career exploration is we think that it's all about future job seekers, but the most influential person or people for those future job seekers are their high school counselors and teachers and their parents, and we do not do career exploration for them. And one of the things that we talked about is, like my grandparents had you could go work for the government, you could go work for a factory, you could work on a farm, and we all had a much more limited perspective. I graduated from college in 1991. What was available to me is not what will be available to my children when they graduate in 25 and 27.
So I'm going to ask us to kind of do a brainstorming, and I want to focus in on the red area, career preparation and pre-employment training. What are some activities an employer could, let's start with the school education system. What are some of the activities they could do? Yeah, that's all right, I'll repeat it.
Early STEM education is one. Doing fun things when they're young, such as water industry, so water days, you're doing things, educating them while it's fun.
STEM education in a contextualized setting.
Pre-apprenticeship programs in high schools.
Pre-apprenticeship programs in high schools. Yeah.
As simple as a speakers bureau.
Get a speakers bureau.
Come in and talk to the kids about what the profession's about.
What do you think education has in this streamline right here today? How many people sit on an industry advisory council at a school district or a community college? Most school districts and community colleges are in some sense required to have industry advisory councils. If we were going to change anything in this column, would this be an area that would have huge ROI for employers and for school districts? How would we change this? Go ahead. Wait for the mic, please.
There are two different languages being spoken, right? There's education and there's industry. Regardless of what industry you're in, it's the employment industry. And the two don't know how to talk to each other well, we found. And so with our intermediaries, with our workforce development boards, with whomever you identify as in that in-between space, there needs to be some support because employers don't know who to talk to on campus. And campus can't get through the gatekeeper because they're not asking the right questions. And so being able to break down that barrier and those silos of communication so that that pendulum of information and opportunity continues to go to both sides of that, of that hourglass, so to speak, it's going to benefit everybody.
Right. The objective of the industry advisory councils generally spans a lot of this, but it usually is related to curriculum. How do we get the curriculum right? But we also need to do career preparation and career exploration and career awareness related to that. What's the percentage of time for those who sit on these boards that the employers get to speak? I see like 0 or 10%, less than 20. If we did anything about activities in this space and change that for employers where they felt there was value because they actually improved the curriculum and gave advice and were actually heard, and the school districts and community colleges were accountable and came back and said, here's how we changed it, would you also then help us review the curriculum? Would that change the system? I mean, it would eventually help change the system, but it would begin to open up opportunities for folks to think differently about how to listen to employers, and listen to employers as what? Subject matter experts of their workforce. They are subject matter experts. They know what knowledge, skills, capabilities they need in their workers. And it would probably wake education in community-based organizations up to hear what employers say today. What do you all hear employers saying today? Soft skills. If they can't show up, if they can't pass a drug test, if they can't communicate, even if the car breaks down, if they can't communicate and tell me they're going to be late, it's fatal. Yeah, go ahead.
It's that level of soft skills, but it's also when we look into career laddering and the soft skills of going into frontline management. And so that first time manager, team leader, floor level shift supervisor, and it's the skills gap there as well.
Yeah. But go ahead.
I'm hosting business roundtables for employers now, and they're having an opportunity to have that discussion. But I think that's working with school districts, they get that information, and sometimes they don't know how to implement it because In large school districts, specifically in some that are maybe struggling with report cards and things like that, they get kind of caught up in the compliance part of it, and they don't really know how to integrate the business. And that's kind of like what we're struggling with and working towards is how can they change their systems that they integrate the business input better.
Yeah. No, and that's a great piece. So let's talk about that a little bit. So, and coming back to this original piece, we have very different languages. So we've got to create meaningful language, and we throw out skills in, like, everybody knows what we're talking about. We throw out soft skills, we throw out digital skills, we throw out technical skills, we throw out hard skills. We haven't created a taxonomy that allows us to communicate effectively. And what does it look like, and what's the proficiency levels that we expect? That's the importance of why employers could help engage in this in a very different way, but thinking about what activities could they help people do better and start a conversation that then allows us to move to TPM. McKinsey has a great article about the skills future citizens of the world are going to need in the workforce. The most interesting part of that article is Appendix A. They divide these skills up, which are probably the work-ready skills we would all talk about, into 4 broad domains: communications, growth and learning, digital, and something else. And then they give a name for the skill, they describe it, they give a proficiency of it. It's the beginnings of a taxonomy that would allow us to have a conversation about what do we mean when we say communication skills, or problem-solving skills, or critical thinking skills. We've got to get that specific in this value stream so everybody understands it and goes like, what do you mean when you say critical thinking? Well, employers need to help define it and make sure it's in a way that people understand it. That's the importance of potentially going through this exercise, is beginning to think about what are the roles and what do we need if we're going to improve it. Does that make sense? So part of this is like, how do we do the engagement that we keep talking about? And this was an opportunity to begin thinking about how we might engage around a narrow piece about it, like career awareness. I heard like we can't just wait for our middle school or high school, we got to go even further back for all the reasons Angela and others have said. And what does career exploration mean? And I'll give a value proposition in a minute in terms of that. And what happens when VR and AR show up? So also then, how do we think about this whole notion of upskilling and skill adjacencies? There was a question around this idea of like, what does experience say? But what are the skills that are inherent to the experience that are really experience that you're looking for in order to do this? Obviously Houston is, got a bunch of energy companies, oil and gas companies, bunch of engineers. Oh my gosh, engineers. Hope no one's listening. Certainly not from API. They have a mindset that they need a 4-year college degree, and they may as an engineer, because it's really hard to understand all the pieces that are necessary for engineering. But one of the senior talent acquisition folks said, when we get ready to hire an engineer that has 10 or 15 years of experience, we don't even check the credential. Well, we may look. It's all done in an interview to understand, can they do what they need to be able to do at 15 years of experience? I also heard someone once say, if we were thinking about moving to skills-based hiring, what population should we start with? Your incumbent workers. You already know they show up on time. You already know what skills they have. You already know that they have the cultural capabilities. But if we were going to do kind of this whole notion of moving someone from the line to management, what do we need to do to upskill them? Are we going to take a risk of buying someone from outside to come into that role? The employers have 3 opportunities: build, buy, or rent. Build is probably the most cost effective, although in today's environment we'll probably see more renting tied to building, because once you put them on the balance sheet, they come fully loaded. So how do we think about, if we're moving to skills-based hiring, let's start with the incumbent worker. And what's the cost of turnover when you lose your low-wage workers who already know how to show up on time, already know the culture, may already have most of the soft skills you need them to have? So how do we do that? So I thought I would just give you an example of a value proposition of one of the organizations in Houston. The need is students, parents, teachers, and career counselors need information and assistance as they work with students to select an appropriate endorsement. That's Texas language, and potential industry and career opportunities. Industry and career information is widely available on the web and in videos and provides a glimpse into specific occupations. In addition to learning by reading or hearing, students should explore potential opportunities through experience. That lets them to try out the career. Bridge Year's Career Test Drive program provides experiential career exploration that engages students in employer-developed, hands-on simulations or industry-aligned experiences to inspire them to consider opportunities in that industry and consider future pathways out of high school. These are dynamic. They allow students to explore interests while learning about career pathways that don't require a four-year college degree. It uses workforce data, direct partnerships. Employers potentially have a CSR opportunity because people see them doing something good in the community, as well as helping to identify what we've been hearing, additional pools of talent. The competition is scalable and can be used in multiple settings across the region, and it will be advanced with augmented or virtual reality. So when we think about partnering with employers, there are three primary objectives, and this once again comes from Joe Fuller's work at the Harvard Business School related to the partnership imperative. And he basically said there are three broad areas that employers would want to be partnering. One is around training and education that develops skills that are aligned, so kind of curriculum development and programs of study. What do we do about recruiting or hiring from programs? And how do we make decisions by current data and trends? Three different objectives, which are all in TPM, but if you pulled them apart, you could find different activities related to what employers, education, and community partners could do. And here are just some examples. They're telling me I'm off the stage. The hook has been drawn. The number's wrong here. Sorry about that. So these are just some activities. The slide decks are in the pieces. You can find much more detailed activities in the article. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Peter. That was a lovely presentation and conversation going on. I am here to announce that we are ready for lunch. Lunch will be in the briefing room, but please make sure you make your way back quickly as we will be having our ceremony of awards here in the Great Hall. Definitely going to want a front row seat for this. Thanks.
afternoon. Boy, they really bring those lights up for you, don't they? Woo. Hi. For those of you I have not had the chance to meet yet, my name is Cheryl Oldham. I'm the Senior Vice President at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, and I have the best job in the building, which is I get to work with the team that you guys know so well and have gotten to see this trajectory of talent pipeline management since its inception. In fact, I remember sitting I know exactly where we sat when we talked about this idea and pitched it to a funder back in, gosh, had to have been 2014, maybe even earlier. So it's just such, I mean, we obviously look so forward to this. You've heard this over and over the past couple days. We look so forward to this event and just having all of you in the building with us and to get to talk about your work. We really, I mean, you know, one of our goals in life is to celebrate the work that you guys do because we can help to facilitate it, but you guys are the ones doing it. We want to tell your stories. We want to champion that work. We're constantly thinking about what we can do to do that better. So I know we want to do more, but in the spirit of that is why I'm so excited to get to be a part of this particular segment of the 2 days, which is we want to recognize you in a more formal way. So we're excited to present for the first time the TPM Hall of Fame Awards. Moving forward, annually at this summit, we will recognize outstanding leadership among our network for individual, a business-facing organization, such as the Chamber, a company, an education and training partner, or other member of the talent supply chain. Award submissions will be considered for those members of the TPM National Learning Network who have demonstrated excellence in their TPM implementation and support of their peers. Individuals or organizations will apply going forward for this honor. But this year, since it's the inaugural year, we have 2 people we are so pleased to name our inaugural inductees. And I know once you hear their names, you will not be surprised to learn who these deserving individuals are, given their commitment to talent pipeline management, their involvement. You know them well, and it's incredibly impressive, and we're just honored to get to honor them today. So I'm going to ask my colleague, Jason, to come up to the stage to award our first inductee.
Hello, everyone. It is my privilege today to recognize our first awardee, or inductee, to the Hall of Fame, and it is none other than Bob Sheets. Before we provide the award, I wanted to make just a few brief remarks about Bob. You know, I first met Bob when I was working for the state of Illinois, and my first kind of real interaction with him was at a National Governors Association Policy Academy out in Portland. And we ended up having a conversation on a late night flight back to Chicago where we really hit it off and probably annoyed everybody around us on that plane ride as they were trying to sleep. And we were chatting about all things economic and workforce development. Bob was instrumental in bringing me to the U.S. Chamber, where we have forged a partnership and have built out the workforce portfolio here. Bob has always inspired me with his work ethic, his intellect, his ability to help, or his willingness to help others, and especially his ability to think outside of the box. So Bob and I have been partners in crime for some time, and he has really been the mastermind behind many of our workforce initiatives and our strategy. Bob has not only co-created TPM and the TPM Academy, but he also helped create JetX, the T3 Innovation Network, Talent Finance, and has assisted us in many, many other efforts. We have been immensely fortunate and privileged to have his leadership, partnership, and trust as part of the work here at the Chamber Foundation. Bob is probably most well known to this community as being our TPM partner. He's affectionately referred to often as Bob the Builder when it comes to TPM, and he has been a friend and colleague to all, and his impact will be felt for years to come. So while Bob has been working with us on many other efforts in our portfolio, he always comes back home to TPM, and we're privileged to have him here today. And if you have not had the privilege yet of getting to meet Bob, we really encourage you to take a moment and introduce yourself. Bob really was the founder of all things TPM. And while I could expound on other things about him, such as different ways you can make him blush by calling him doctor or professor, I will instead conclude by saying that Bob has been a colleague, a mentor, I'm privileged to say a close and dear friend. Some have even likened our relationship to that of a father and son, which I really appreciate. So it is my privilege to welcome Bob into the TPM Hall of Fame, and please join me in congratulating Bob. Bob, please come up.
Congratulations, Bob. I'm going to start to cry already. But it is my great, great honor to present our second TPM Hall of Fame inauguration to Ms. Sharon Miller. As you all know, Sharon has been a forward-thinking, game-changing champion of the TPM framework for many years now. Her company, Consumers Energy, participated in the very first state-based TPM Academy. And based on her experience in the pilot, the Michigan Energy Workforce Development Consortia experience in the TPM pilot back in 2015, she really took a chance on us. And we're so grateful that she did. Her contributions to the network since that time are numerous. She and her company went on to not only host one TPM Academy, but 2 TPM Academies. And as they went about educating people across the state of Michigan about the TPM framework, more and more individuals came to us to say, this is something that we want to be a part of. So much of that credit goes to Sharon Miller and goes to Consumers Energy. After her second state-based academy, she said, we want this to really last beyond my time at Consumers' involvement in TPM, and looked to the State Department of Labor to say, it's not just about our impact, it's about statewide impact. And we're able to really pass the baton while continuing Consumers' great leadership and work to the State Department of Labor. And we're so grateful for just the continued evolution of talent pipeline management in the state of Michigan. I even personally blame Sharon for leading us into getting the TPM peer review process up and running. In that several years ago, we were sitting in a strategy session with about 18 colleagues, and she said, you know, what you all are doing here is very different from how people typically go about workforce development. And those who truly adhere to the principles of TPM need to have their work acknowledged and recognized. And now we have the TPM peer review process, and she is one of our 6 verified TPM talent supply chain managers. She's very quick to credit her colleagues who have been a part of the success of TPM in Michigan. Dan Malone, who is represented today by his wife, Karen. We're so glad that you can be here. our colleague Marcia Black-Watson, who is also here, Tracy DeSanto, who has served as the co-chair of the Michigan Energy Workforce Development Consortia, and so many other important partners in this room, and I could name so many of you. So shout out to my Michigan friends. In our minds, and I know in yours, she is truly TPM royalty. And we consider ourselves, there it goes again. We consider ourselves so lucky and so grateful to have had her as part of our network for these past several years. She has been so generous to share her experiences, her words of wisdom, some great one-liners, such as, not everybody needs to know how the sausage is made. We credit Sharon with that. As well as the TPM pitch competition. So for those of you who have participated in a TPM Academy, the very first time that we did that was with the Michigan Academy the first time around. So in her, and this is where I started crying in her retirement video, in her, I personally found a colleague to learn from, to bat around ideas with, to strategize, and I've always looked up to you since I've come to know you, and I'm so grateful for that opportunity. I've always appreciated your candor, your kindness. We've had a lot of wonderful conversations, and I've truly looked at you as a mentor. So thank you for being you, Sharon. We are grateful for your many contributions to the National Learning Network. While we congratulate you on your retirement, we are certainly going to miss having you at all of these events, although I will say you are always, always welcome. So please join me in congratulating Sharon Miller in being inducted into the TPM Hall of Fame. So yes, that is the end of lunch, but again, a big round of applause for Bob Sheets and Sharon. So very grateful for both of you. So we'll have just a couple of minutes, and then we are going to transition into our very last session of the day. I promise you, you will not want to miss this one. We purposefully put it at the end of the day because it's such an important topic. So we'll be talking about measuring and reporting success. So can't wait to resume the conversation in just a couple of minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please make your way back to your seat so that our program may resume. Please take your seat.
All right, welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for sticking around for this very important session about data and measuring success. So I know you all already have this figured out, so please just try and stay tuned. But I want to introduce myself. My name is Georgia Reagan. I am a strategy officer for employment-aligned credentials at Lumina Foundation. So we at Lumina Foundation are a private foundation that supports post-secondary access and equity for college credentials, whether that's a 4-year degree, 2-year degree, short-term credentials. So we are supporting adult learners to complete these credentials. And we are also proudly supporting TPM and the collaboratives with employers, and I've just been so impressed of the work that you all are doing, and I have enjoyed my time here. So today's session, we're going to be talking about measuring success. So as a funder, I understand that we're often the ones that are scaring you all with telling you what data to deliver to us and making you all nervous, hopefully not too nervous. But at Lumina, we really value data and understand that it impacts a lot of the decisions in your state and your community. So we work really closely with our grantees to understand what kind of data can you get, what is feasible, and also understanding that sometimes it's not easy to get the data, and often people don't talk to each other and systems don't talk to each other. So we not only look for quantitative data, but also qualitative data. And we adapt with our grantees along the way to understand if something's not possible, or maybe you have some new data pieces that you can collect that you didn't know about, which will always take data. I want to highlight these folks on the stage because these are real rock stars in this space, and I want them to share a bit about their work and their data, and hope that you all can learn from them, contact them, reach out, and try to collaborate in this process. So we'll start with the great state of Vermont. I'll have each person introduce themselves. We have their slides up, so you can kind of see visually what they're talking about, but I'll hand it over to Marianne Sheehan.
Thank you very much. Hi everyone, I'm Marianne Sheehan. I work for the Vermont Business Roundtable. I'm the Chief Talent Officer for the Vermont Business Roundtable Foundation, and I've been doing talent pipeline work for about 6 years. We started a healthcare collaborative about 6 years ago, and we've done several rounds of research. One of the most critical jobs, and this is not just Vermont, but this is in like the whole nation, that's risen to the top, is the nursing career pathway. And what we learned about the career pathway is we need about 1,300 registered nurses in our state each year, and we graduate about 400. So we're talking about a gap of 900 nurses. We've talked to employers about this at length. We've got a variety of different solutions, but the two things that really kind of come to the top with healthcare workers, we need to keep more people, more great nurses in their jobs, and we also need to educate more people. So the solution that we came up with is an apprenticeship program, and it takes people from entry-level roles within the hospital to the registered nurse within a period of 3 years. So the first year is really a qualification, making sure that they're prepared to go into a nursing program. We work with our educators and our finance systems in our state to create really kind of an elegant solution. It's all about sustainability. So the first part of it is we have some pretty significant wraparound support services that we've put into the program to make sure that people are ready financially, academically, socioeconomically, that they have the support that they need, and also with mentors within the hospital. So each person has a support system so that they can be successful. Another important piece that we've come up with is because we don't have enough academic slots for people to enter programs, we've asked the employers to provide clinical educators for the system. So this has allowed us to go from 400 to say 600 a year because we have more educators who are being provided by the hospitals. So clinical education can be provided internally by the hospital system as opposed to by the educator. Another important piece of this is we've used a talent finance solution where we're taking tuition assistance and we're actually repurposing that budget for loan repayment. So part of this is that they meet with an academic advisor before they start the program, but they also fill out their FAFSA. The academic advisor and the financial advisor actually sit down and they go through all of the options for grants and scholarships that are available in the system, which there are very many right now. So what we do is we reduce the cost, and then whatever's left, the individual takes as a loan, and then the employer pays the loan back over a period of 3 years after they complete their registered nurse licensure. So it's a pretty elegant solution, but one of the things that's really hard to do is to describe what a return on investment is. We've done this in other industries before where we've asked the employer to come up with how much did you save in talent acquisition? And they can count things like, we didn't have to post ads, we didn't have to interview, do a background check, we didn't have to do all these things because we're hiring direct. Well, I'm going to call those all indirect expenses because now we have 40 people who are in the program, but we haven't actually collected any of those metrics yet. So I'm going to use an example from one of our hospitals. Southwestern Vermont Medical Center is a 100-bed hospital. They're 9-time winner of best places to work in our state. They have 0 travelers. It's the only hospital in our state like this. They've applied for a grant, and they're also running the nursing apprenticeship program. So we're funded by a grant, but we have also done some lobbying so that the employers who are running the program can be funded as well. So they just got $1.7 million to put this program into place. I'm not going to talk about that because that's not even part of our return on investment. That's just, like gravy on the top. So what we're talking about right now is how they retain people, because they're actually using this loan repayment and they're actually providing the supports in place. So Vermont is a pretty small state, 650,000 people. I like to liken it, Nikki says Indianapolis, Richmond, Virginia. Our whole state is a population of like a small city. So, when we're talking about, return on investment, you're thinking a lot about these rural hospitals. That's pretty much what we're talking about. So we're really short on housing. So if you wanted to move to Vermont, tough luck. You can't find a house, you can't rent an apartment, we have no housing. 30% of our housing stock is second homeowners. So it's like kind of a destination place. People love to go there for a vacation, which really is difficult for our economy. But we're saying retention is a really important strategy here. We're developing our economy, and we're also supporting our local people. We're bringing people into the new jobs in the hospital, backfilling positions, and creating best places to work. And I forgot to mention, this is a particular hospital. It also happens to have magnet status. Does anyone know what magnet status is? Yeah. So magnet status is designated for hospitals that go through I'm going to say a process where they get evaluated on their quality. So one of their quality measurements is that they have 80% of their registered nurses have a bachelor's degree. So, we're creating associate's degrees in this program. The hospital itself is over a 3-year period upskilling 30 nurses. So 2 of them are going to be clinical educators, master's prepared. 4 of them are going to be bachelor's prepared preceptors and mentors. 8 of them are going to become registered nurses. 8 of them are going to become licensed practical nurses, and 8 of them are coming into the what we call licensed nurse assistant or allied health fields. So when you think about it, a pipeline like that is sustainable. We're trying to create systems that will sustain themselves after these grants are no longer there. The loan repayment model is a huge piece of this. It's actually a recycled loan. So, but as you can see, the direct return on investment is pretty substantial. When we're looking at in-house training versus travelers, or in-house registered nurses versus travelers, we're talking about a savings of about $2.9 million over a 3-year time period. So, you know, if we're using $100 an hour for a traveling nurse, which is probably low now, versus $38 an hour for an in-house nurse, which is also probably low now, we're looking at a pretty substantial savings. But there's also infrastructure costs built in, and because they had to apply for this grant, we know what those are. When we actually calculated that, everyone's head practically blew off. But, but you can see that there actually is a direct return on investment for those things. So it's been pretty substantial. I'm going to stop there and we'll do questions afterwards.
Yes, and you didn't mention one of the strengths of your collaborative is your website, and how it is really great at performance tracking and really summarizing everything that you all are doing. And so, you know, just briefly, will you just tell us a little bit about some of the most important measures you've seen that are important to you in tracking and putting on that website?
So my colleague Abby is here. She's actually gone through our website with some fine-tooth comb and identified places that we need to improve. But our website is pretty nice. You can actually go to it if you're interested and get an idea of the kinds of things that employers want to see. So we have a list of the employers who are participating. We have some short videos that employers have actually produced, how to get engaged in their systems. We have education information and links to programmatic stuff. And we also have like a kind of a landing page, which has all of our data on it. So.
Awesome, thank you. So next on our road trip, we will head on to the great state of Kentucky, and to Sarah, who I'll give you a chance to introduce yourself, but just tell us a little bit about how you're tracking performance data and what are some of the best practices you all have seen.
Absolutely. Thank you all again. Thank you for sticking around. I wonder, we all chatted on our prep call about being the last session and wondering who would still be here. So we're very appreciative and excited to share with you today. I'm Sarah Tracy. I'm the hospital TPM Senior Pipeline Manager. Yes, it's a mouthful. From Kentucky. I've been with the Kentucky Chamber Foundation for about 6 years now, and am in a new role in our partnership with the Kentucky Hospital Association now. But previously, and like many of my other teammates in Kentucky, have worked across industry. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about how we track our program overall, both what I affectionately now call the OG TPM team and the KHA team, because those metrics all go together, and that's how we show that we've succeeded or that we're moving that needle in one direction or the other. So I don't know about you all, but I love a good dashboard. Our team loves a good dashboard, and our executive director, Lakeisha Miller, who couldn't be here, has a gift for making them. So our team, we will sit with bated breath when she tells us she's making a new dashboard, be it for just daily tracking of what we're working on to the overall metrics of our programs. And it's really neat because as individual project project managers, we have our own pages that is where we kind of plug our numbers for the individual projects we're working on, or a team as a whole, wherever those might fit. But then they all feed kind of a main page, and that's where we get the totals, kind of like you're seeing on the screen now. So this is really a high-level picture. You can kind of see, and this is tracking since the inception of TPM in Kentucky in 2018 to now, but you can see like within the last year, because this is tracking through June 2024, which is the end of the next contract period. So we're nearing 6,000 Kentuckians that we've connected. And when we say connected, what we're tracking in that metric is jobs, training, or work-based learning. So when I go to my own tracking page, you're going to see a further breakdown, and we'll show you a little bit more of that. But how do we determine all of this, right? How do we determine that we want to track who's connected, number of employers? We love to grow that employer network in our state. We start with an OGSM. How many of you are familiar with an OGSM? Oh, one hand, really? Okay, so I'll talk about that a little bit. I thought I'd have a few more of you. So OGSM is kind of our plan for the year. It's really an internal plan. It starts with the Kentucky Chamber as a whole, moves to the foundation, and then our program is housed within the Workforce Center under the foundation. So we make sure that all of those align to some degree, but it basically gets more narrow from the chamber as a whole to the Workforce Center and our TPM program, but it also gets more narrow through the OGSM. So that stands for objective, goal, strategies, and measures. So it starts with that big objective: make Kentucky a better place to live by employment opportunities. It can be really big, really broad. When you go to goal, it might be connect more Kentuckians to jobs, training, work-based learning. And then when you go to strategy, it's how are we going to do that? So that's where we get into, in the Workforce Center, we have not just TPM, but we have the Workforce Recovery Program. So that's where we get into, we're going to do this by utilizing the TPM process to connect X number of Kentuckians over the next year, and the Workforce Recovery Program to connect X number. So it's getting more narrow each time, right? And then finally, that measure. How are we going to measure this? What programs and projects are we putting into place through our programs that are going to measure this? Gets really specific. Now, again, this is an internal document, right? We set these big goals, and we do set big goals every year. And sometimes we get to make them, and we're excited about it. And sometimes halfway through the year, when we revisit that OGSM as a team, we go, we had this goal, but we have hit this many road bumps. We're seeing these challenges. We might not make it there. Let's make a more realistic goal and go for that and work on those road bumps and see where we can go from there. So we do reevaluate halfway through the year, and we build a new OGSM every year. So that's kind of how we get started on our team. If you'll go to the first slide. So those numbers that you're seeing then get broken down to, actually, up one, sorry. Up one? Yes. There we go. So this is where I'm talking about that jobs, training, or work-based learning, right? So we're able to, when we feed these dashboards, it automatically generates these. Again, if anybody wants her contact information, Lakeisha Miller at the Kentucky Chamber is the one who creates all of this, and every page feeds the next. So then we see it at this kind of high level, and finally we break it down a little further. Yep. And that's where you can see even then, is it a job? Is it training? Is it youth employment? Is it a training cohort? Is it an internship? We break it down that far. We track it that granularly. We want to see those totals. We love to say we've connected almost 6,000 Kentuckians and 400 employers. But we also want to be able to tell you exactly where those numbers came from. So we're really intentional about this. And I'll finish with, you asked about best practices. For us, and I talked to just about everyone on the team before coming to say, what is that best practice? This is what I'm thinking. Am I missing a mark? Am I missing something? But really for us, it's all about those relationships that you build with your employers, because more often than not, you're going to have to call them to get this information. And I think about just last week, I was covering for a colleague at a career fair for the distilling industry. It was great, had a wonderful turnout. The employers were very happy at the end of the day. Do we know those outcomes right now? No, he's calling them this week to say, did you set up interviews? Is someone starting with you? Are you hiring them? That is, I'll be honest, the majority of the follow-up that we have to do to make sure that we're getting those numbers and that they're accurate. So sometimes it's as simple as an email, just that routine email. Sometimes, those employers are phone call people, and sometimes they are multiple phone call people, and you've really got to hunt them down. But that's the reality of what we've experienced. So best practice is just continue to build those relationships because they make a world of difference.
Thank you, Sarah. Next on our state is the state of Michigan, which I know we have great representation here today. And I'm here with Anne, who will introduce herself. And especially in Michigan, you all have really taken a statewide approach to TPM and really highlighted the framework as part of your sector strategies, employer-led collaboration investments. And I always love the Michigan acronyms that you all create. They're so great. So tell us a little bit about those investments and what you're tracking with your grants.
Yes, happy to do so. So, hello everyone, Ann Pentiak. I am the administrative manager with the Michigan Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity. I'm the manager for the sector strategies team, and what we do as the team, the sector strategies team, is we really focus on that strategic employer engagement across our state, particularly groups of employers, so employer-led collaboratives. We are certainly trying to create that unified workforce development ecosystem, breaking down silos, which I know we've all talked about quite a bit throughout this conference. When it comes to our sector strategies, employer-led collaboratives grant programs, those investments not only seek to assist with the creation of employer-led collaboratives, so those neutral host organizations who are like, how do I get started? What do I do? That program assists in that way, but then also employer-led collaboratives that have been around for a while. I mean, Michigan has at least, last I checked, was like 75 employer-led collaboratives across the state. Some using the talent pipeline. Woohoo! Yes, Sharon. Yes. But yes, some absolutely actively using the talent pipeline management methodology, and then some are like, we're just getting together because we have shared pain points. What do we do next? And so by creating this opportunity with the Sector Strategies Employer-Led Collaboratives grant program, we are able to support both new and existing employer-led collaboratives so that we are creating sort of the way we do business when it comes to workforce development across the state of Michigan. What you're seeing up on the screen is not actually the slide that I intended to share. This was just an example of some of the dashboards we do. But what I wanted to share with the group, and this will be made available in your digital swag bag, is we have when we're thinking about performance and outcomes, and we think about the investments that Michigan is making to support employer-led collaboratives, obviously we want to see the return on investment as well. We want to see how are you using these dollars and what impact are we seeing across our community. And so for our grantees, for this particular grant program, we've created a template, and we're upfront about that template of performance outcomes that we're looking for in the RFP process. So grantees know ahead of time before they even apply for these dollars, okay, here's what Leo is going to be looking for. Here's, some of the areas that we're going to need to pay attention to, areas that align with our state's key strategic areas of closing equity gaps, right? Educating Michiganders, growing the middle class, removing barriers to employment. So that was my initial, my intention was to share a template of that quarterly performance report. And it tracks things above and beyond just employment numbers, like how many folks are enrolled in training, how many have completed training and then ultimately ended up in employment. But we also track some of the more granular, outcomes as well. So, and I know Lumina was very excited to see, but we track things like demographics, how many folks are coming from underrepresented or opportunity populations, how many folks are, returning citizens? How many folks are veterans? How many folks are, identify as having a disability? So we can track those other pieces to see not only the employment impact and employment retention, which of course we want folks to have great paying jobs in high growth, high wage industries, but we also want to be able to tell a story with this data to say, who are we missing? Who are we connecting with? Who aren't we connecting with? And so that's one way in which we track performance, but then we also use those performance outcomes to turn it into actionable data, right? Where can we take that data next, and what new partnerships can be forged out of those outcomes? Was there other? I could talk about our performance reports all day, so.
Well, I would love to hear, you made a great point about talking about kind of the story behind the data, because that's also data, that's a piece of it. And so I would really love to hear from you all on, what kind of opportunities have you all seen where you've been able to use your data or tracking to really influence activity in the public sector? I'd love to hear some examples, and please, whoever jump in.
Well, I can start, certainly. So we had our Sector Strategies Employer-Led Collaboratives grants, formerly known as the Michigan Industry Cluster Approach grants. And we've done multiple cycles of that program. And so being able to use and harness the outcomes and the stories from previous cycles, we've been able to grow that grant program from, I think the initial or the second cycle of that grant was about $2.5 million that would go out to host organizations. In our most recent cycle, we were able to increase that number to $4.7 million going out in competitive awards to host organizations across our state. So by having that data and telling that story, we were able to increase the amount of investment that we could make back out to our host organizations.
We have a great scenario like that too. We had the Agency of Human Services had $2.5 million that they wanted to invest in employers who were going to run this nursing apprenticeship program. They wanted to see it happen, but they said that money was going to be set aside for tuition and fees only. And so a whole year went by, and we didn't need any tuition or fees. It was because we had so much funding in our education system for nursing. People were funded in all these different ways. And I kept going back to them and saying, we don't need it for tuition and fees. We need it for clinical education. We need it for wraparound support services. We need it for, administrative costs to stand up this program. And so they changed the criteria for that. And by the time they had actually done that change, they said, we're going to invest $9 million in it. So now the first 3 hospitals that we're working with, each of them got about $1.5 million to stand up a program. There's 3 more coming next year, and I see that money going to them.
And I'll keep with the healthcare theme. Ours is a little more future-facing, what we're excited about now, especially with our partnership with the Kentucky Hospital Association. Our state has created the Healthcare Workforce Investment Fund. It's been designated to kind of handle the processing through our Council for Post-Secondary Education, but what it's going to allow for are matching public and private funding opportunities. So I know our KHA TPM team, we will be working very closely with our employers to get them engaged in that. As a part of that matching fund process. And then additionally, with the KHA, one of their biggest initiatives is around workplace violence. So we're looking at some future-facing potential legislation relating to expanding the protection in those hospital and healthcare environments.
That's amazing. And this is actually making me think about one of the earlier breakouts about communications that the team at the chamber did, because these are all so compelling and such great examples of the success of this, that these are what you want to communicate. So thank you so much for that. And for my last question before we open it up to the group for questions is, a theme that I've heard a lot being here is just the importance of ROI, and that means something different to different people and different employers. And so I would really love to hear from you all on how do you demonstrate that? We know that's hard. So what advice would you have for others that are trying to demonstrate that to their employers?
Okay. So I thought about this, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, and Jamie's going to love it, which is why she asked me to do this. But TPM, and especially, you know, like you just mentioned, it looks different to everyone, right? And in my opinion, in 6 years of this work, every collaborative looks different, every industry looks different, every outcome looks different based on, you might have 2 different healthcare collaboratives in different regions, but they could have very different goals. And so depending on what that is, that ROI and how you measure it is going to look different potentially. So kind of the advice that I would give is, one, keep your ears open and be open to that flexibility. Don't think that the way you created one thing is going to work for everyone, because it's probably not. But 2, use this network. This is why our team is here. You know, we want to come and learn. This is why we host. I don't know how many of you went to TPM Connections yesterday. That started years ago. But it's just a way that you can quite literally ask those questions, brainstorm with someone else who might have been in your exact shoes, in a different state, in a different environment, and be able to give you an idea. I know today I've been doing this 6 years, and I sat in the Getting Organized breakout session, which, you know, at first I was like, but I want to see if someone's come up with something else. And they actually had a really great response to a question that I had one of my colleagues ask that gave us, it was kind of the same answer we were looking for, but a different perspective on how to present that information. So even today in you know, strategy 1, I was learning. So lean on this network.
Yeah, I'd like to just say, you know, I can see the importance of return on investment in many different ways, but if you present it to a group of employers as, here's the cost if you do the program, and here's the cost if you don't do the program, like, it becomes really clear. You know, for our, like, return on investment analysis, imagine if you didn't do it. You would be spending this much money on travelers. It's everyone's pain point. You know, and every hospital is, you know, struggling with being in the red or in the black, you know, and we know that these issues are national. I always think Vermont is just a subset of what's going on nationally. The choice is yours. You know, if you have that kind of information, it really does beg the question, what if you don't do anything?
I agree, 100%. Yeah. The question, right, is always, well, why should I? Why should I do that? And yes, I think something that has really come up several times throughout this conference is why not, right? If you always do what you've always been doing, you're always going to get what you've been getting. And so I think that's a critical piece of this, is sometimes you have to say, well, why not? And what might it look like if we did, you know, pursue this? The other thing I would say is, finding a healthy balance between sharing both your quantitative data, right? Here are the hard numbers, here's the money saved, here's the reduced cost of turnover, but don't undervalue the qualitative data or the qualitative piece to this work as well. Those human stories, the real impact in real communities. Looking at my colleagues here in Michigan, you know, when we're out in the communities making real impact on real people's lives and connecting them to good paying jobs across our state in these growing industries, don't undervalue that as well. Right? And just find a way to strike a good balance between demonstrating the hard numbers, the money saved or money earned, plus that human side as well, and those real stories about real people being impacted.
Thank you. Well, I know that we could talk for hours about data. We have a few more minutes left, so want to open it up to any questions from folks in the crowd. Questions for any of our presenters or suggestions?
To my healthcare folks. So we have an employer-led collaborative in the state of Michigan that has a large number of long-term care facilities and hospitals that are looking at bringing LPN back. And one barrier that we've run into, and I'm wondering if it's a barrier for you, it may not be, is the licensing side of it. We would love to build a collaborative and offer it through actually multiple colleges, but we run into the state licensing side of it that says if you're going to have a lab, that specific lab has to be accredited and recognized by the state. So even if a community college has 4 regional locations, all 4 would have to be recognized as individual programs. And so we can't create like a central location and allow the employers to serve as that lab clinical component in order to really make a collaborative effort. And it takes legislation to do it. So I didn't know if you came across any type of legislation in the licensure that made it challenging for you to do a collaborative in that way.
I'll answer and then I'll let Sarah answer. So in our state, we haven't come across that. We do have simulation lab, and you can use simulation up to 20% of your education. And that has to be accredited. But in terms of the experiences, there's guidelines of like how many hours you need of each type of experience. And those experiences, I'm going to just turn to these guys and say, they're hard to come by. So, like when you think about it, our state, we graduate about 5,000 high school graduates a year. Did you get that? 5,000. Like, that's really, really small. Our birth rate is super low. So when you're going to get an experience in maternity, you got to wait for that baby to come so that you can have that experience. It's hard. But I think in this case, the employers are setting up these experiences so people can do it. Do you want to talk about Castle Branch at all?
I can, yeah. So, but I would also, he's going to hate this. I would also like to call out my colleague with the Kentucky Hospital Association, JP Ham is here. He's the Vice President of Workforce, Associate Vice President of Workforce Development. Because I don't know the direct answer to your question. I don't know if he would, but I would say Kentucky is similarly set up. The different institutions might have 4 different locations. I don't know if you know the answer to this or even want to try. No? Oh, there we go. Oh.
It's not the same experience with the hospitals, though. The part of the issue is that, like was mentioned earlier with the magnet program, the LPNs aren't that well favored. So we're looking at models of care to support the RNs. The long-term care is a big issue because we haven't used LPNs for that long. The demographics show that our LPN population's aging a lot faster than the RN, so the long-term care is going to be in a world of hurt. So we're going to have to team up with that association to make this happen. Our biggest issue has been clinical teachers and the fact that there's a law in Kentucky where you have to have an 80% passage rate for your NCLEX. And so when we're trying to create new programs, particularly post-COVID, all the schools are scrambling to improve the quality of the current programs, that's the biggest barrier in Kentucky is how do we create a new program when they're in the midst of trying to create or trying to fix the current programs based on those numbers.
We have just a couple of minutes for any additional questions in the audience. Here's one up front.
So a lot of times when we're talking about data and showing ROI, we of course have to have the data that we start with, like what's happening before, like at hour 0, before we start implementing programming. Do you find that the employers that you're working with have that data? I know hospitals might be a little bit different, but do they have it? Are they willing to share it? What does that look like? And how do you have those conversations?
I can kick us off with this one. with our partnership with the KHA, it's a little bit different, right? They do a workforce survey every year. We have a lot of data that we didn't start with when I started with TPM in 2018. So my answer back then would be no. I have done a lot of demand planning since 2018, and that's what really has given them their baseline over time. And in comparison to, say, state data or LMI data, painting that picture is what really helps kind of kickstart their initiatives. But no, especially if they are any type of wide variety of employer collaborative, like I've had healthcare groups that were hospitals, long-term care, and primary care all in the same within a given region, and we really had to do that homework first.
I would just say for our employer-led collaboratives, what we've often done is we take data from our Michigan Center for Data Analytics. They use LMI data, and oftentimes with our employer-led collaboratives, we will vet that data. We'll paint a picture. We do, we call them industry cluster reports. They're available on michigan.gov/LMI if y'all want to check them out. But a lot of times that's always a good starting point as well, as taking that secondary source labor market information and saying, does this look right? Does this resonate? This is what we're seeing. And can you validate, and sort of go through that confirmatory process on the data before we get into the primary?
So I'll just say, I think what you're talking about is like leading and lagging measurements and getting some baseline data. And we've done that with our construction collaborative because it was a little bit more, I guess I would say less unwieldy. Like it was a smaller group. It was more coordinated. We could get like some really good information from the people who were responsible for that to start out, and then we could compare it to later on. And our baseline data was really sort of like, how much do you spend in advertising? How long does it take you to bring someone? How long does it take you to onboard them and before they're productive in their role? Those kinds of things.
Thanks for the questions. We are past time, so please join me in thanking our rockstar speakers for sharing their data.
Nice job.
Wasn't that an awesome panel? Worth staying, right? You have no idea. It's like our TPM love language when we hear words like performance dashboard and measurement. It's like, ooh, quantitative and qualitative stories. Yes, that is what we love to hear. So we are at the end of our program. So of course we want to give a couple of shout outs. First and foremost to our sponsors for the event. Please join me in thanking all of the amazing sponsors for this TPM National Learning Summit. Most certainly our presenting sponsors from Greater SATX, the Lumina Foundation, and Walmart. Thank you all so much. Your support has meant so much to us leading up to this day, as well as, quite frankly, for the past couple of years, as well as our colleagues from Apprenti, American Institutes for Research, General Assembly, Go Educate and Interact. We were so glad that you all could join us for those great conversations that took place yesterday. A reminder for folks that in your attendee workbook, a couple of folks have asked us about presentations and resources that people have referenced. You will find those if you go to the digital swag bag. If not all presentations are up yet, do not worry, they will be added. We've gotten permission from all of our great presenters for including those resources in the digital swag bag. So that should be your main portal for everything that you need on page 38. And then whether you are a seasoned TPM partner or you're relatively new to our network, there are a couple of different ways that we're pointing out for how you can engage with us. So on pages 40 and 41 of your attendee workbook includes a couple of different ways to do that. So for those of you who are new and have not yet participated in a TPM Academy, we do have our next blended learning experience that the live learning cohort will be kicked off on October 12th. We would love for you to join that great network that is going to be taught by Cami Welch, who is here from the Arvada Chamber, as well as our colleague Vincent Ginsky from the North Carolina Chamber, who's expecting a baby. That's the only reason that he's not with us right now. But really excited to get that started. And then if you are a grad, please be sure to share that opportunity with your colleagues. And we would also love for folks to enroll in our TPM Web Tool Workshop series that gets kicked off on October 26th. I know a couple of my colleagues from Michigan are planning to participate in that. For those of you who want to benefit in continued learning experiences, don't forget that we do have specialty course enrollment available on TPM CoLab, so both for opportunity populations, and then what happens in October? Free enrollment in job quality. So that is for the month of October, free enrollment in job quality. I finally remembered the word that I was looking for, which was catch. Here's the catch, is that you do need to provide feedback. I think I said kicker. I don't know, I was running on adrenaline. So please check out these 2 pages for other ways to be involved in our National Learning Network. And then, as you all know, we are always seeking continuous improvement in TPM speak. So on page 39, please fill out the survey before you leave today. As we said, we really take your feedback to heart. That's why we went to a 2-day conference, was based on feedback last year. We need to hear from you. Was that valuable? Do you want to go back to 1 day? What type of sessions do you want to hear? What type of networking activities were most valuable? So please, please share feedback, because hopefully we've demonstrated that we do take it seriously. I do want to just say thank you so much to all of our speakers. If you wouldn't mind giving all of them a round of applause. Again, you guys are just so incredible to share your experiences. We're so grateful. And a major shout out to our first inductees into the TPM Hall of Fame, Bob Sheets and Sharon Miller. So excited for you all. And to each one of you attendees, whether you're with us in person or you're in the virtual world, we're so grateful that you dedicated some time to your TPM practice, to connecting with peers, and hopefully for those of you who are newer to our family, to just get exposed to the magic that is this network. So thank you so much. Finally, I do, of course, have to go through the incredible team that helped put this event together. As so many of you have come up to me to say, like, you know how much goes into this, so I really want to make sure that I get a chance to call all of them out. So to our event planners, Courtney Toomey, who I've known for many years and is just such an incredible resource and colleague, and Kathy Mumford, who has done amazing work with the Chamber Foundation events team, thank you so much, as well as to Brady McNamara, Austin Hudgens, and our intern, Ryder Kuchia, who is on day 3 and just came in and was an awesome pro. So we're so glad to have you with us this semester, Ryder. To Jana Champeau and Taryn McCrae for the beautiful designs and our first attendee workbook. I'm excited to get y'all's feedback on the attendee workbook, which I thought was pretty fun and a great way to communicate information. To our incredible catering team, especially Luis and Bob, thank you and your team so much. To my AV colleagues who hopefully can hear us right now, Greg, Ron, Nick, Peter, Mickey, Hassani, Isaiah, Hector, Joe, Mauricio, you all always make these events so seamless, whether people are in person or online. We're so grateful, as well as to our photographer, Joshua, who's already sending us photos, and we really appreciate that. To our communications colleague for all of their help, especially Joe Davis and Clara Pino. And of course, we have to thank our leadership team. I'm so glad that you guys got to hear from Carolyn Cawley yesterday, from Cheryl Oldham and Jason Tishko today. Without them, we wouldn't have the opportunity to continue to do the work that we do. And of course, a special shout out to Jason and Bob for creating TPM. So thank you for my job. And of course, but certainly not least, is to our TPM team, which I'm glad to see that there are 2 of them right there. I know that Nikki's in the back, but to Nikki, to Mike, and to Lexi, I'm so grateful. You all are incredible individuals. You bring so much value to this team, and I hope that you are, yay. I hope that you are feeling good about all that you have put into the preparation for today. Nikki and Mike, y'all did an amazing job with preparing for the pre-conference leadership and all the support that you've provided in preparation for these past 2 days. Lexi, this is her very first summit, and she was so attentive to detail and very thoughtful. And I know that Mike and Lexi have really enjoyed getting to know more of you as our newer team members, but you all are doing awesome things every day, and I'm so, so grateful for the opportunity to work with you. So please join me in a round of applause for them. All right, I promise I'm done. But truly, it's such a pleasure to be a part of this network. You know, we call you all our secret sauce. But the thing is we don't want to keep your work a secret. It deserves to be told. The things that you are doing, the lives you are impacting is incredible. And we feel so, so grateful to be a part of that work. So thank you for your continued commitment to this network, this incredible TPM family, or TPM Mafia, as we like to say. Please continue to get in touch with us. Let us know how we can support you. Let us know who we can connect you with in the case that you didn't get to meet them during this summit. But we so look forward to seeing the great work that you continue to do. So thank you for your time. We know it's precious. Safe travels, and we cannot wait until the next opportunity we're all together in person. Have a great day.
I just want to take a moment to also thank Jamie for all of her work on this. She does a great job of saying thank you to everyone else, but also deserves to be appreciated for everything you do for our team, for the network, and for this event.
That's very sweet. Thank you. Thank you.